Chapter 2384. The Battle of Swordsmanship. Niao Hao said, Miss Ro's condition is very good. She has awakened a 9th grade bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, she will at least be a divine lord in the future. As for why someone would frame you, this is indeed related to the Battle of Swordsmanship in our Sword Palace. Senior Niao, what exactly is this Battle of Swordsmanship? Yifei could not help but ask. He hoped to find traces of the 9th Heaven Sword Master from Niao Hao. Niao Hao did not hide the truth. He sighed and said, You may not know this, but ever since the previous palace master disappeared a few hundred years ago, our sword palace appeared to be very powerful on the surface. However, internally, we have gradually split into 3 factions, which are the current Inner Sword Palace and Outer Sword Palace. The Inner Sword Palace, which is Ma Sanbao's side, is led by the family forces. Because the original Sword Palace was founded by these families, the family forces in the Sword Palace are very powerful, and there are also many strong talents. After the disappearance of the previous palace master, they gradually suppressed our Inner Sword Palace and became the strongest force in the Sword Palace. Niao Hao suddenly lowered his voice and said in a tone that only Yifei and the other 2 could hear, I even suspect that the attack on Miss Ro on Demon Mountain was secretly ordered by someone in the Outer Sword Palace to capture Miss Ro and attack our Inner Sword Palace. So I deliberately spread the news that I would go to Demon Mountain to investigate this matter, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole and capture the Outer Sword Palace. Unfortunately, the people in the Sword Palace were too cunning, and they did not fall for it. Instead, they wanted to take advantage of the time when I was not around and Rinzu was recuperating in seclusion to attack you first. After hearing Niao Hao's words, Yifei realized that they had unintentionally gotten involved in the power struggle in the Sword Palace. He brought Jiang Xiao Ro back and angered the Outer Sword Palace, which was why they barged into the Sword Gate. However, there was one thing that Yifei did not understand. We are all part of the Sword Palace. If we cooperate, we both benefit. If we fight, we both lose. Why should the Inner Sword Palace and the Outer Sword Palace compete? Yifei asked again. Niao Hao praised. Well said. Why should the Inner Sword Palace and the Sword Palace compete? In the end, it's because we have different ideals. Many families in the Outer Sword Palace contributed greatly when establishing the Sword Palace. Therefore, they have always advocated that the Sword Palace recruit disciples from those large families to ensure the nobility of the bloodline of the direct descendants of the Sword Palace. Most of the divine lords in the Inner Sword Palace come from small families and are born in the wilderness. Therefore, we advocate that while acknowledging the excellence of the children of the large families, we should not ignore the geniuses who rose step by step from the wilderness. However, this philosophy did not gain the approval of the Outer Sword Palace. Gradually, the Sword Palace began to have conflicts over the Sword Dao. There were factions. At this point, Niao Hao's expression was filled with helplessness. It was a kind of worry for the future of the Sword Palace. Yifei and Mad Dog could not persuade this worry. After all, they were not from the Sword Palace. Bai Yanran was puzzled. Besides the Inner Sword Palace and the Inner Sword Palace, isn't there a 3rd faction? What is this faction's philosophy? Good question. In the Sword Palace, other than the Inner Sword Palace and the Inner Sword Palace, there is also the Sword Gate, which is the Sword Gate that you belong to. Originally, the Sword Gate was the place where the seniors of the Sword Palace cultivated and broke through to the Divine Lord level. However, as the conflicts between the Inner and Outer Sword Palace became more and more intense, many seniors who did not want to be involved in the conflict entered the Sword Gate. They built many small sects in the Sword Palace. These sects, when combined, became the Sword Gate of today. The Sword Gate's philosophy is also very unique. They do not care about one's background. As long as you have talent in the Sword Dao and can pass their test, they will guide you wholeheartedly and help you condense a sword soul. Therefore, whether it is the Inner Sword Palace or the Outer Sword Palace, we will send our outstanding disciples here to learn and gain experience. As long as you cultivate seriously here, you will definitely have the opportunity to condense a sword soul that belongs to you alone. Niu Hao's gaze was full of encouragement. However, this kind of encouragement made by Yanran and Mad Dog depressed, except for Yi Fei. Senior, we are not people who use the sword. Mad Dog was skilled in torturing and tearing, while Bai Yanran was skilled in defense and divine glyphs. However, neither of them were skilled in the sword Dao. Hearing this, Niu Hao laughed and continued to encourage them. You don't need to worry. The sword gate is not limited to just the sword Dao. There are many experts who are skilled in other martial arts. They do not care about worldly affairs and only focus on breaking through to the divine Lord level. If you're lucky enough to receive their guidance, you will naturally be able to comprehend other martial arts. It will not be difficult for you to break through to the Dao Lord level. Bai Yanran and Mad Dog were delighted. Yi Fei was also slightly excited. Not only could the sword gate help one condense a divine soul, it could also help one break through to the Dao Lord level. It was no wonder that the Sword Palace valued the sword gate so much. Of course, there was one more thing that Yi Fei did not know. It was precisely because the sword gate had gathered a large number of half-step divine lords near the city of 10,000 swords that its strength was so great that it had become the third most powerful force in the Sword Palace. Both the Sword Palace and the Sword Palace coveted and feared this force. After all, if either side managed to rope in this force, they could immediately change the overall situation of the Sword Palace. In order to balance things out, the Sword Palace and the Sword Palace had set a rule that anyone who entered the Sword Gate without the permission of either side would be executed. Moreover, the number of people sent by the Sword Palace and the Sword Palace to the Sword Gate examination had to be equal. As Yi Fei had saved Jiang Xiaoro, the Sword Guardian Renzu took advantage of this opportunity to add 3 more people to the Sword Palace. The first was to rope them in, and the second was to express his gratitude. The Sword Palace outside was already unhappy with Yi Fei for saving Jiang Xiaoro. Now that the Sword Palace had added 3 more people to the Sword Palace, they were furious. Out of anger, the fat manager targeted Yi Fei, tricking Yi Fei into entering the Sword's Gate in order to take advantage of the situation to frame him. However, entering the Sword Gate was easy, but cultivating in the Sword Gate was not easy. The Sword Palace had set a condition for its disciples to cultivate in the Sword Gate for 3 months. After 3 months, regardless of whether or not they had condensed a sword soul, they had to leave and never set foot in the Sword Gate again. Thus, there was only one way to stay in the Sword Gate and cultivate for a long time, and that was to participate in the Sword Gate examination. Only by passing the examination would one be allowed to stay in the Sword Gate and cultivate for another 3 years. This was why the Sword Gate examination was so fierce. Not only did the disciples of the Sword Palace fight for it with all their might, but the clans and sects of the city of 10,000 swords, and even the kingdoms that had submitted to the Sword Palace, would do everything in their power to send their best disciples to the Sword Gate in an attempt to pass the examination. After all, the Sword Gate offered not only the opportunity to condense a sword soul, but also the opportunity to receive guidance from the half-step divine lords who were cultivating in seclusion, allowing them to break through to the Dao Lord realm. Chapter 2385. Jin Sanqing. Some of these youths came from the Sword Dao clans of the city of 10,000 swords. Some came from the large and small countries that had submitted to the Sword Palace, and some came from all over the Divine Prefecture or even other prefectures. These people didn't seek to condense a sword soul, but to break through to the Dao Lord realm. So many martial artists have come to the sword sect. Won't we have to wait for a long time if we have to line up to participate in the test? Mad Dog frowned. He was an impatient person and couldn't stay idle. Divine Lord Niu Hao pointed at the crowd and said, "There's no need to line up. If you need to take the test, you can directly enter. Those who are here are all adjusting their condition and hoping to obtain a better ranking. Remember, in the sword sect test, the higher you break through, the more attention you will receive from the half-step divine lords. You might even be able to obtain their true teachings." In the sword sect, breaking through to the Dao Lord realm wasn't as simple as that. There were far too many half-step divine lords who stood aloof from worldly affairs and focused solely on cultivation. breaking through to the Divine Lord realm was an extremely risky endeavor. If they failed, they would die, and all their efforts would be for naught. This was also the reason why the half-step Divine Lords of the Sword Sect were so willing to guide the juniors. They all wanted to pass down everything they had learned before breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. Only then would they be able to focus on breaking through. The 108 Mountains of the Sword Sect. There are a total of 108 half-step Divine Lords cultivating here. The higher your ranking in the test, the more times you will be able to visit the mountains. Thus, no matter what, you must strive to pass through as many stages as possible. Divine Lord Niu Hao solemnly reminded. Yi Fei also nodded seriously. Then, he asked curiously, Senior Niu, what is visiting a mountain? Is it taking one of those half-step Divine Lords as a teacher? If that was the case, he really was a bit conflicted. After all, he had already taken the Demon Sovereign as his teacher in the Earth Realm. Even though the Demon Sovereign's whereabouts were unknown after entering the Heaven Realm, without the Demon Sovereign's approval, Yi Fei didn't want to casually have another teacher. Moreover, with his current strength, he was only a half-step Divine Lord. To be his teacher was still a bit too weak. Niu Hao had already attracted a lot of attention when he personally brought people in. At this moment, they heard that Yi Fei was actually a newbie who didn't even know the rules of the mountain. Many of the young geniuses couldn't help but chuckle, instantly turning Yi Fei into a commoner. Commoners, in the city of 10,000 swords, where the major clans were in charge, and where status and bloodline were important, were undoubtedly the most despised people. As soon as he saw Niu Hao, a powerful Sword Palace Celestial Emperor walked out from the center of the crowd and said with a mocking smile, Niu Hao, it seems like the disciples on your side are nothing special. Before you came, only half of your 500 disciples barely passed the Sword's Gate examination. But on my side, 2/3 of them passed. I've said it before, the Sword Palace should be pure. I don't want any cats or dogs. Just take them in when you see them. The Sword Palace is the holy land of martial arts. Only geniuses can enter. This Celestial Emperor didn't hide his contempt for Yi Fei and the others. This wasn't directed at Yi Fei, but purely because he didn't think highly of the commoners. Yi Fei wasn't angered. He only carefully sized up this Celestial Emperor. Then, he finally discovered the difference between the inner and outer Sword Palace. The symbol of the inner Sword Palace. It was a straight and sharp divine sword that pierced through the clouds, as if it wanted to shatter the heavens. The symbol of the outer Sword Palace was also a divine sword, but the blade was pointed downwards, as if it wanted to stand above all life. But the symbol of the Sword's Gate was 2 divine swords. There were no people of the Sword's Gate around, so Yi Fei couldn't tell. But just from the difference in the symbols, he could tell that the inner and outer Sword Palace had different Sword Dao philosophies. Niu Hao snorted. He wasn't a man of many words. The failure of the outer Sword Palace test left him speechless. Yi Fei smiled and chimed in, Senior, I beg to differ. As the saying goes, quality is more important than quantity. 100 sheep can't compare to a ferocious tiger. Niu Hao suddenly came to a realization. He raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Ma Bi, our inner Sword Palace takes the path of shrewdness. We're not like your outer Sword Palace, who takes the path of miscellaneous soldiers. You can easily achieve some results, and you'll be like a turtle. Yi Fei's face suddenly darkened. He realized that Niu Hao was actually quite sarcastic. Hearing this, Celestial Emperor Ma Bi's face turned ashen. He was a Ma Bi, but maybe he was the leader of the outer Sword Palace. He was also the one who brought the elites of the outer Sword Palace to cultivate in Sword's Gate. Maybe knew that Niu Hao wasn't good with words. Thus, he purposely taunted Niu Hao when they met. He also took the opportunity to humiliate the inner Sword Palace in front of the other young geniuses. But who knew that after Yi Fei's reminder, Niu Hao was humiliated instead. Maybe couldn't vent his anger on Niu Hao. He stared coldly at Yi Fei and said, You're Yi Fei? I heard that you're a survivor of the Heavenly Palace of Despair. What qualifications do you have to enter our Sword Palace? Could it be that the inner Sword Palace is already colluded with the Heavenly Palace of Despair to trap us in the Sword Palace? Maybe's words had a hidden meaning. The outer Sword Palace disciples behind him started to clamor. The heavenly palace of despair was destroyed under the order of the celestial dynasty. If there are any survivors that sneak into the Sword Palace, who will bear the responsibility if the celestial dynasty pursues the matter? Niuhao was also shocked. He said, "Yi Fei, you're from the heavenly palace of despair? How is that possible?" Yi Fei felt wronged, but in his heart, he was impressed by Pan Wang's foresight. If it wasn't for Pan Wang's arrangements that allowed him to clear his name, he would have been lucky if he wasn't chased out of the Sword Palace, let alone entering Sword's Gate. I'm not a survivor of the heavenly palace of despair. It's just a coincidence that I learned the martial arts of the heavenly palace of despair. This is something that the Yin Yang Palace, Death Arena Palace, Lord Pan Palace, and even the Deity King Palace have all acknowledged when I was in the City of Deities. I can prove this. I, Lord Pan Palace, am willing to vouch that Yi Fei isn't a survivor of the heavenly palace of despair. Bai Yanran stood out and said. A token appeared in his hand. It was the token of Lord Pan Palace. I, the Death Arena, can also represent Death Arena Palace to prove Yi Fei's innocence. Mad Dog also took out a token. It was the token of Death Arena Palace. As soon as these two tokens appeared, they immediately strongly proved Yi Fei's identity. Niuhao's expression relaxed. Maybe he was also speechless. He was really unhappy. Teacher, even if this person isn't a survivor of the heavenly palace of despair, these three people, one from Lord Pan Palace, one from Death Arena Palace, and the last one has an unknown background. They aren't subordinates of the Sword Palace. They don't have the right to cultivate in Sword's Gate. Seeing that Maybe couldn't refute, a graceful and elegant young man walked out from behind Maybe. His every move was filled with majestic sword chi. It's the crown prince of Sword Kingdom, Jian Sansheng. Jian Sansheng is the strongest swordsman in Sword Kingdom. Among the Lord of Heaven in the Outer Sword Palace, Jian Sansheng's strength is ranked in the top 10. A disciple of the Inner Sword Palace whispered. Chapter 2386. Very perverted. Sansheng, you can't say that. Although the three of them are not qualified, they still saved the daughter of my Sword Palace's Renzu. I believe their strength is worth a look. Niuhao, how about this? Why don't we let them compete with my disciple? I would like to see how strong they are to be able to save someone from Demon Mountain. Maybe Shinjuan's eyes flashed dangerously. Jian Sansheng knew that Yi Fei's reminder to Niuhao must have angered his master. Without waiting for Niuhao to speak, he stood up and provoked. Yi Fei, I heard that you defeated Ma Yuan with your sword outside. Your sword, Dao, must be extraordinary. Do you dare to bet with me? Don't bet with him. He is Maybe's proudest disciple. His sword Dao is more than twice as powerful as Ma Yuan's. Niuhao's expression was solemn. Although the Sword Palace was closer to commoner martial artists, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between commoner martial artists and those aristocratic martial artists from large family clans. Moreover, Jian Sansheng was not only talented in Sword Dao, but also had the guidance of a monarch god. He was not someone that a rogue martial artist like Yi Fei could compare to. If he lost, it would be a blow to the Sword Palace. Yi Fei was very depressed. The feeling of being looked down upon was very unpleasant. Moreover, he had been honest since he entered the Sword Palace. He had never caused any trouble. But now, the Sword Palace had repeatedly set him up and provoked him. Yi Fei was already angry. Jian Sansheng's provocation was exactly what he wanted. Even if I don't have the ability to go against the Sword Palace, I will still defeat Jian Sansheng and give the Sword Palace a slap in the face. Yi Fei suddenly had a strong conviction. It was his strong confidence in his sword Dao. All right, I don't want to bet. It's simple. Let's compete in speed and number of stages. Whoever clears the most stages and moves the fastest will be the winner. Jian Sansheng coldly pointed at a sword pagoda not far away. This was the place where Swords Gates tests were conducted. This sword pagoda had a total of 108 levels, and each level represented a test. Before coming here, Niuhao told him that every level of the sword pagoda had a heavenly monarch realm divine ability seal left behind by a half-step divine lord. The higher one went, the more divine ability seals there would be. The highest level had 108 seals, which was equivalent to 108 Lord of Heaven attacking at the same time. That level of power would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Unless one was a true genius, one would not be able to enter. And Jian Sansheng was such a genius. He looked coldly at Yi Fei, not bothering to hide his contempt for Yi Fei. He exuded the aura of royalty and said, "This commoner, do you dare to accept this challenge? If you want to fight, I'll fight." This was Yi Fei's attitude. Jian Sansheng showed obvious disgust and disdain towards this attitude. He walked towards the sword pagoda with incomparable arrogance and said, "What this crown prince hates the most are lowly commoners like you. You obviously don't have any ability, but your temper is very big. If you have a little bit of ability, you'll be even more unruly and arrogant. But you don't know that in this crown prince's eyes, your little ability is simply a joke." Yi Fei was enraged. He suddenly strode forward and caught up with Jian Sansheng. He said, "We are commoners, but we are not lowly. Every step we take, we cut through thorns and step over countless corpses. We have pride, but we will not be arrogant. Remember, no one is born noble, and no one is born lowly. You think I'm a joke, but in my eyes, you're also a joke." Boom! Suddenly, a majestic imperial sword light illuminated the surroundings. Jian Sansheng had used his body as a sword to shatter the void and rush toward the sword pagoda. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "You're just a lowly commoner. How laughable. Crown Prince, you think you're so great? It's not like I haven't killed anyone before." Yi Fei stepped out of the shattered void. He was even faster than Jian Sansheng. He used the azure dragon wings and rushed out first. Jian Sansheng was not angry. He even had a cold smile on his face. Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. You don't even know how you lost. In the distance, maybe also sneered. No one knew that not long ago, he had secretly copied all the Abhijna seals in the Sword Pagoda and told some of the Outer Sword Palace disciples who were participating in the assessment. As his proudest disciple, Jian Sansheng knew all the Abhijna of the 108 levels in the Sword Pagoda. In this way, the Outer Sword Palace disciples would definitely have a huge advantage. This was also the reason why 2/3 of the Outer Sword Palace disciples would pass the assessment. Maybe coveted Jian Sansheng's greatest hope. Unfortunately, the Inner Sword Palace was completely unaware of this. Looking at Yi Fei rushing into the Sword Pagoda, Sir Immortal Niu Hao could not help but look worried. After all, Yi Fei was brought here by the Inner Sword Palace. If he lost, not only would Yi Fei lose face, but the prestige of the Inner Sword Palace would also be damaged. Yi Fei is still too young and impulsive. In the end, Niu Hao could only stomp his feet and pray, "Sword Ancestor, please protect Yi Fei. I hope he won't lose too badly." Bai Yanran and Mad Dog had strange looks on their faces. Yi Fei won't lose too badly? If that happened, that guy wouldn't have caused so much trouble in the City of Divine Kings. Senior Niu, don't worry. Yi Fei is actually a freak. Bai Yanran hesitated for a long time, but in the end he still decided to use the word freak to describe Yi Fei. Fortunately, Yi Fei did not hear this. Otherwise, he would definitely be depressed. He admitted that he was very strong, but he was definitely not a freak. Jian Sansheng seems to be a little too confident outside, as if he was certain that I would lose. I have to be careful. Xiao Qiao, hurry up and open your divine eye of heaven and earth. Help me find Jian Sansheng's whereabouts. The Sword Pagoda was very big and was an independent space. Yi Fei could not know Jian Sansheng's situation. Similarly, Jian Sansheng could not know Yi Fei's situation. Fortunately, Yi Fei had Xiao Qiao by his side. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the butterfly vertical eye on Xiao Qiao's forehead immediately opened. He rode the dragon turtle and ran around while chewing on the Tongalu, looking around the space of the Sword Pagoda. The restrictions of the Sword Pagoda could not stop the divine eye of heaven and earth. Soon, Xiao Chao found Jian Sansheng in another space. At this time, Jian Sansheng was rampaging in the Sword Pagoda. He did not even look at the divine ability seals in the levels. It was as if he could go around them with his eyes closed. Haha, the roadmap that Master gave me is indeed effective. Following this roadmap, I can avoid a large amount of divine ability seals and save my profound energy to pass through more stages. I might even become the fourth Sword Way genius to successfully pass through the 108 stages. Chapter 2387. Passing 100 levels in a row. Look, Jian Sansheng is passing the levels so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he's passed 10 levels in a row. Outside the Sword Pagoda, many young geniuses were exclaiming. The disciples of the Outer Sword Palace were cheering even louder. The disciples of the Inner Sword Palace were all crestfallen. In the past few months of tests, the Inner Sword Palace was obviously weaker than the Outer Sword Palace. In addition, most of the disciples of the Inner Sword Palace were of common birth or came from small family clans. Compared to the disciples of the Outer Sword Palace, they were naturally at a disadvantage. It was inevitable that they felt inferior. If Yi Fei and Jian Sansheng lost the bet this time, it would be a blow to the morale of the Inner Sword Palace. Niu Hao wasn't good with words, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately grumbled. You said Yi Fei was crazy, but in the end, you guys are too narrow-minded. You don't know how strong Jian Sansheng is. Now, we can only hope that Yi Fei can pass a few more levels and not lose too badly. Niu Hao sighed deeply. It was obvious that he wasn't optimistic about Yi Fei's chances. Bai Yanran wasn't convinced, but Yi Fei was lagging behind. This was a fact, and she didn't know how to refute it. Yi Fei will definitely win. Otherwise, Field Master won't let me follow him. Mad Dog, on the other hand, was unperturbed and confident in Yi Fei. However, this confidence was reflected in Jian Sansheng's astonishing speed. He broke through the first 24 levels while Yi Fei was still stuck at the 12th level. Mad Dog's expression became doubtful. He wasn't doubting Yi Fei's combat strength, but he was doubting Jian Sansheng's speed. Was it really that exaggerated? However, this kind of speed was definitely what maybe wanted the most. After all, the faster Jian Sansheng broke through, the more it proved that the concept of the Outer Sword Palace was correct. With such a disciple, what more could I ask for? Of course, defeating a small fry like that doesn't count as skill. Sansheng's goal is to completely pass the 108 stages. Ma Bi's words shook the entire area. He had a very high opinion of this disciple of his. Niu Hao's expression became more and more unpleasant. Sword's Gate had a total of 108 stages. The first 24 stages were considered passable, 36 stages were considered average, and 72 stages were considered superior. The 108 stages would be the champion. In the entire history of the Sword Palace, there were only 3 people who were able to become the champion. In the end, all 3 of them had astonishing achievements. If Jian Sansheng became the 4th person, it would be a serious blow to the Sword Palace. Niu Hao regretted not stopping Yi Fei and Jian Sansheng from fighting. Maybe, on the other hand, was immensely proud and arrogant. Jian Sansheng had already passed the 24th level. It had only been half an hour since he had entered the Sword Pagoda. He had broken the record for the fastest breakthrough in the history of the Sword Palace. Outside the Sword Pagoda, the cheers were as loud as mountains. Inside the Sword Pagoda, Jian Sansheng's face was filled with pride. Based on the time, this commoner should still be below the 10th stage. This is also the weakness of a commoner. If he is slightly angered, he will easily become hot-headed. He didn't even think about how strong he was before he dared to make a bet with me. Jian Sansheng placed his hands behind his back and stepped into the 25th stage. Boom! At the 17th stage, Yi Fei drew his sword and shattered the divine ability that had erupted. Then he wiped his sweat and asked subconsciously, Xiao Chao, what stage is Jian Sansheng at? Squeak, squeak. Xiao Chao thought for a bit and suddenly took out a black wooden tablet from the dragon turtle's body. She saw that it was densely covered with the character Zhang. Below Yi Fei's name, the character Zhang was written so much that it couldn't fit. The dragon turtle was so frightened that it broke out in cold sweat. It quickly swallowed the black wooden token and took out a small wooden token to translate Xiao Chao's words. Yi Fei pretended not to see it. He was secretly shocked that Jian Sansheng could pass the stages so quickly. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that my intuition is wrong? Outside, Jian Sansheng's sword light is not as fast as mine. But inside the sword pagoda, his speed is actually faster than mine. Could it be that he deliberately hid his strength to trick me? If that was the case, not only would he not be able to vent his anger, but he would also lose the bet. At this thought, Yi Fei's face darkened. Xiao Chao patted his chest proudly. He felt that this was his chance to show off. Although he didn't understand why Jian Sansheng ran so quickly, Xiao Chao remembered the route that Jian Sansheng ran when he passed. Just as Yi Fei entered the 18th stage, Xiao Chao suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Over there. Yi Fei subconsciously followed Xiao Chao's instructions and took a step forward. But this time, he didn't touch any restrictions. Then, Xiao Chao pointed in another direction. Yi Fei walked over again and still didn't touch any restrictions. In the end, he didn't activate any divine ability or consume any dark force. He easily entered the 19th stage. Yi Fei suddenly realized something. Xiao Chao, are you trying to tell me that Jian Sansheng could pass the stages so quickly by avoiding the divine ability restrictions? Xiao Chao was very happy. Yi Fei finally understood what she meant. His little hands directed even more energetically. The dragon turtle secretly spat out the black wooden tablet while Yi Fei and Xiao Chao weren't paying attention. It secretly hid it in the most secret place in the turtle shell, so that Xiao Chao wouldn't suddenly find it again. With Xiao Chao's guidance, Yi Fei also experienced the great benefits of avoiding the divine ability restrictions. This way, not only could he pass through the stages effortlessly, but more importantly, he wouldn't consume any dark force. This also increased his success rate in passing the more difficult stages. No wonder 2/3 of the disciples in the Outer Sword Palace passed the test. They were secretly cheating. If it wasn't for Xiao Chao's divine eye of heaven and earth, I wouldn't even know how I lost. Yi Fei's face was full of displeasure. If it was a normal battle, he would admit defeat. But if Jian Sansheng won by cheating, how could Yi Fei swallow this anger? You forced me to do this in the Outer Sword Palace. Xiao Chao, let's speed up. Yi Fei was angry, so he simply increased his walking speed. In any case, Jian Sansheng was continuously passing through the stages. Xiao Chao only needed to remember the route Jian Sansheng took. Yi Fei could pass through this stage even faster. On top of the sword pagoda, there were 2 rays of light constantly moving. Every time they passed through a level, the corresponding level of the sword pagoda would emit a layer of sword light. Originally, Jian Sansheng's ray of light was constantly moving. But now, many people realized that the ray of light that was left far behind was suddenly chasing after Jian Sansheng's ray of light like a rocket. 20th level, 30th level, 40th level, 50th level. The 2 rays of light were getting closer and closer. The number of light that passed through the pagoda also became more and more terrifying. In the end, under the shocked gazes of Maybe and Niu Hao, the 2 rays of light from the sword pagoda actually stopped at the 100th level of the sword pagoda at the same time. Yi Fei and Jian Sansheng actually passed through the 100th level of the sword pagoda at the same time. Niu Hao rubbed his eyes hard. He almost suspected that he was dreaming. Chapter 2388. The battle for the champion. It had to be known that in order for Jian Sansheng to successfully pass the level and become the 4th champion in the history of the Sword Palace, he had thoroughly researched all the restrictions on the first 100 levels and leaked them to Jian Sansheng. In the end, not only did Jian Sansheng not gain any advantage, he was even caught up by Yi Fei at the final critical moment. This made Maybe wonder if Niu Hao had secretly cheated like him. Master, what's going on? Why do I feel like that Yi Fei's passing speed is even faster than Senior Brother 3 lives? Will Senior Brother be alright? Mabi was surrounded by many disciples. Among them was a woman who was particularly beautiful. Senior brother, what's going on? She was a direct descendant of the Sword Palace, Ma Fong. She was also a couple with Jian Sansheng. Seeing that Jian Sansheng had been caught, Ma Fong was very anxious. Maybe was bewildered, but on the surface, he was calm and composed. He sneered, "Humph, he's just a country bumpkin. Even if he was lucky and used some underhanded methods to catch up, he's destined to suffer a big setback in the next 8 levels." This was because the restrictions on the last 8 levels were not fixed and could change at any time. Ordinary cheating methods were useless. They could only rely on their own strength to force their way through. Maybe also believed that in terms of pure strength, Jian Sansheng, whom he had trained with all his might, would not disappoint him. However, he had overlooked one point. Jian Sansheng, who had been so used to cheating, did not choose to force his way through the levels when he suddenly realized that he could not cheat. Instead, he was at a loss and did not know what to do. He actually stopped where he was. When Jian Sansheng stopped, Yi Fei, who had been following behind him, also had to stop. He said with a dissatisfied expression, "Xiao Qiao, why is Jian Sansheng stopping?" Yi. Xiao Qiao bit his finger, indicating that Xiao Qiao was also puzzled. Yi Fei could not help but feel suspicious. Jian Sansheng has been unstoppable all this time. Now that he's suddenly stopped, could it be that he can only cheat on the first 100 levels? He can't cheat on the last 8 levels? No matter what, this is a good opportunity to overtake him. After all, if he kept following behind Jian Sansheng, he would only fall behind. Now that Jian Sansheng had stopped, Yi Fei saw an opportunity. Yi Fei immediately decided not to wait for Jian Sansheng to make a choice. He strode into the 101st level. Boom! As soon as Yi Fei entered the 101st level, 101 early-stage phantoms of the Lord of Heaven appeared and blasted their supernatural powers at him. Yi Fei's expression changed. He suddenly understood why Jian Sansheng was hesitating. Obviously, the creator of this sword pagoda must have considered the possibility of cheating in a fixed pattern. Therefore, he made some changes to the supernatural powers on the last few levels so that the supernatural powers would explode as soon as a martial artist stepped into the level. Jian Sansheng obviously knew this. His pause was not only because he was hesitating, but also because he was quickly adjusting his state of mind and preparing to break through the level. In fact, not long after Yi Fei stepped into the 101st level, Jian Sansheng's dazed expression became determined. He also strode into the level. However, Jian Sansheng was still a step too late. Just before he entered, Yi Fei had already used the Taiji Sword Cauldron to destroy all the phantoms of the Lord of Heaven on the level. He had also broken through 5 levels in a single breath and was completely ahead of him. However, when he reached the 106th level, Yi Fei's expression became serious. This was because the phantoms on this level were already at the mid-stage of the Lord of Heaven. When the 106 phantoms unleashed their supernatural powers at the same time and charged towards him, even Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. However, a boundless fighting spirit soon emerged from his body. The sword shall press forward with indomitable will. I shall die in 100 battles with no regrets. Boom! The fierce sword light of death turned into a sea of blood that swept across the area. Above the sea of blood, Yi Fei killed one with each step. He continuously beheaded these phantoms. Just like that, he stepped into the sea of blood and walked into the 107th level. This is impossible. He's cheating. How can a commoner like him reach that level? When the light that represented Yi Fei shone on the sword pagoda, maybe completely lost her composure. Ma Fong also lost her composure. In her heart, Jian Sansheng was the strongest. How could he possibly lose? And to a commoner with no reputation at all? Maybe bullsh asterisk T. Yi Fei broke through so quickly because of his ability. If you dare to spout nonsense, I'll fight you right now. Niu Hao was ecstatic. He had never expected that Yi Fei could rise so quickly after falling behind and surpass Jian Sansheng. The Sword Palace had high hopes for. It was even possible that Yi Fei would be the 4th person to clear the Sword Pagoda. If this news were to spread, it would greatly boost the morale of the entire Inner Sword Palace. It would also be a ruthless slap to the Outer Sword Palace's face. Niuhao's heart was filled with excitement. He grinned and declared, "This brat is indeed a freak. If he can take first place, not only will I help him, but I will also become a disciple of the human ancestor and betroth my daughter to him." "What? You want Yi Fei to marry Senior Niu's daughter?" Bai Yanran said, her face pale. Mad Dog was also shocked. After entering the last level of the Sword Pagoda, Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end. Strange. I have a bad feeling about this. Or is it that the pressure from these half-step Dao Lords is too strong? Yi Fei didn't dare to think too much about it. He just stared at the illusory figures on the 108 floors with a solemn look on his face. On the last level of the Sword Pagoda, what appeared were not late-stage Lord of Heaven, but full-stage Lord of Heaven half-step Dao Lords. And there were 108 of them at once. Such a force was enough to kill a late-stage Dao Lord. Although Yi Fei was strong, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He wasn't very confident that he could pass this level. However, when he thought about Jian Sansheng, who could catch up at any time, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and strode toward the figures. Boom! There were no words, no breaths. The moment they sensed that someone had intruded, the half-step Dao Lord figures charged over silently and tacitly. The whistling divine ability was like a raging river, instantly filling the entire space. But soon, a fierce light of desolation appeared in the raging waves of divine ability. It was as if all things had withered and the world had withered. It forcefully pierced a huge hole in the raging waves formed by the divine ability. And in the hole, Yi Fei stood with sword in hand. He crushed the figure closest to him with a sword strike. "It's just a half-step Dao Lord puppet. My sword will take its life. Kill." After charging out of the raging waves of divine ability, Yi Fei directly charged toward another half-step Dao Lord figure. At the same time, on the 107th level of the Sword Pagoda, Jian Sansheng was panting as he charged out with fiery eyes. "I, Jian Sansheng, have finally reached this step. The champion of the Sword Pagoda will belong to me. As for that commoner surnamed Yi, he's only worthy of kneeling at my feet." Jian Sansheng's conviction soared to the heavens as he resolutely stepped onto the final floor. However, Yi Fei didn't know this because the two of them had been taking the test in different spaces from beginning to end. However, after a short period of confusion, Jian Sansheng's combat strength was also very terrifying. Chapter 2389. Forget it, but sometimes a single step could make the difference between heaven and earth. Although Jian Sansheng had relied on Ma Bi's guidance and cheated to pass 100 tests in a row, saving a large amount of Xian Qi for the last 8 tests, he still couldn't pass 100 tests. But at the same time, he fell into a momentary daze after losing the advantage of cheating. It was this daze that caused Jian Sansheng to lose the initiative, which also allowed Yi Fei to seize the opportunity to overtake him and be the first to step into the highest level of the Sword Pagoda. Boom! Within the Sword Pagoda, sword ki filled the air, capable of severing the heavens and shattering the earth. Layers of the blood sea continued to churn within. Yi Fei wielded the great sword in his hands, unleashing terrifying, deathly sword light. This was a sword of slaughter, but it was also a sword of death. Wherever the sword light passed, the illusory figures of half-step Dao Lords would collapse like bubbles. After all, the attack of the Sword of Killing was at the level of a mid-stage Dao Lord. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many half-step Dao Lords here and their divine abilities were too dense, Yi Fei's sword would be like chopping vegetables in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, thanks to Jian Sansheng's cheating in the first 100 stages, Yi Fei didn't use too much mystic qi on his way up. This undoubtedly became his biggest advantage. 10,000 swords formation. 99 returned to 1. 10,000 sword salute. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out from within the Sword Pagodas. Realizing how powerful Yi Fei's attacks were, the half-step Dao Lords suddenly stopped attacking separately. Instead, All of their illusory figures overlapped together, forming a myriad of sword light that slashed apart the void and shattered everything. Fight! Yi Fei didn't retreat. The blood-red flames on his body burned fiercely. At the same time, he used the golden body of despair to the limit. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a purple gold war demon that walked through the primeval starry sky and shattered billions of stars. In the end, Yi Fei allowed the endless sword light to bombard him, destroying his body and destroying his consciousness. Suddenly, a sense of desolation appeared in the boundless storm of swords, forming a grayish-white Taiji sword diagram. It slashed forward, repelling the light of the 10,000 swords to the sides. This was the effect of the Sword of Solitude. It did not have the offensive power of the Sword of Slaughter, but it had the unique ability to nullify the opponent's divine ability. At this moment, Yi Fei was forcefully withstanding the terrifying 10,000 sword vortex around him. He used the withering sword and spread his azure dragon wings. In an instant, he charged into the formation formed by the 100 phantoms. His dark steel heavy sword smashed out like a meteor, shattering one of the phantoms into pieces. Suddenly, 2 more Taiji sword cauldrons appeared. Sword light howled through the air, and the terrifying light of the sword cauldrons exploded directly against the core of the 10,000 swords formation. Countless illusory half-step Dowlords appeared, and the entire 10,000 swords formation was shattered. There was no more sword light in the world. Only Yi Fei's body, which was burning with purple gold blood flames, was rapidly weaving through the phantoms. He swung his sword and strode toward the top of the sword pagoda, where the door of light was located. At this moment, a shocking explosion came from another space. Faced with the siege of 100 half-step Dowlords, Jin Sansheng did not choose to take them head-on. He had a better idea, which was to use the Divine Lord Swordlight that maybe had given him to directly destroy all the phantoms that were pouncing on him. My hesitation at the 100th stage was right. Even though Master told me to use the Divine Lord Swordlight immediately after entering the next 8 stages, I'm still a prince. But I, Jin Sansheng, am the crown prince of the Sword Country. How can I obey every order? With my ability, I can pass the first 7 levels and use the Divine Lord Swordlight in the last level. This is the best choice. When Jin Sansheng saw that the Divine Lord Swordlight had swept away all the phantoms around him, leaving only the empty portal of light behind, a proud and aloof expression appeared on his face again. From now on, there was nothing left. He would be the 4th person to pass the Sword Pagoda. No matter what method I use, the champion of the Sword Dao will belong to me. How laughable that lowly commoner Yi Fei wants to compete with me. How can a commoner like him compete with me? Jin Sansheng stepped into the portal of light with an arrogant expression. At the same time, in another space, Yi Fei put away his dark steel heavy sword and walked into the portal of light. Boom! A powerful teleportation sword light took him out of the sword pagoda and appeared in front of the crowd. Another powerful sword light shook the sword pagoda. Jin Sansheng also walked out at this time. How is this possible? Yi Fei and Jin Sansheng passed the 108 stages at the same time. Who will be the champion of the Sword Dao this time? Outside the sword pagoda, all the warriors were shocked. Niu Hao and maybe also widened their eyes in shock. It was the first time that 2 people had passed the sword pagoda at the same time. Suddenly, Niu Hao was the first to react. He shouted in ecstasy, "Haha, looks like my son-in-law won. Look, Jin Sansheng is 1 body position behind Yi Fei. Yi Fei is the first to pass the sword pagoda. This is impossible. I, the crown prince of the Sword Kingdom, lost to a commoner." Jin Sansheng's face was pale. He walked out of the sword pagoda to welcome the cheers of the crowd and create his own glory. But now, the cheers and glory did not belong to him. Yi Fei was half a body position ahead of him, just half a step away. But this half step was like a chasm that could not be crossed. That's not right. Jin Sansheng and Yi Fei walked out of the sword pagoda at the same time. This means that they tied and won the title of champion at the same time. Today is a blessing for my sword palace. Two champions appear at the same time. My sword palace will prosper, and sword Tao will prosper. Maybe smiled. He suddenly raised his hand and hit the wall at the top of the sword pagoda. There were originally 4 names carved on the wall. Now, 2 more names appeared. They were Jian Sansheng and Yi Fei. Moreover, Jian Sansheng's name was above Yi Fei's. Only then did Jian Sansheng's pale face regain some color. No matter what, I've already cleared the sword pagoda and obtained the sword pagoda. It's just that I'm not willing to have my name appear in the same place as yours. No, Jian Sansheng, you're wrong. It's my shame to have my name appear in the same place as yours. What kind of bullish *T champion is this? I don't want it. Looking at the name carved on the wall, Yi Fei suddenly slashed with his sword. In an instant, his name was completely erased. I don't care for a champion who cheated, Yi Fei said sarcastically in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Then, he carried his sword and walked down the sky step by step. For a moment, all the warriors present were silent. Many of them widened their eyes. The champion of a sword principle was something that many people would scramble for no matter what. However, Yi Fei had abandoned it, as if it was nothing. Bai Yin ran, and Mad Dog were puzzled. Niu Hao's eyes were already wide open. Maybe he was stunned. Jian Sansheng's face suddenly turned ashen. He looked at his name on the sword pagoda. It was so glaring, and there was a trace of inexplicable shame. Chapter 2390. 3 lifetimes, 3 absolutes. Jian Sansheng wanted Yi Fei to take back his words. Even if he had really cheated, he would never allow Yi Fei to spread the news. In that case, the best way was to defeat Yi Fei in front of everyone and completely trample this lowly commoner under his feet. This way, no matter what Yi Fei said, no one would choose to believe him. Jian Sansheng was extremely confident that he would be able to defeat Yi Fei. Because he had cheated in the sword pagoda, he had not expended much dark force. On the other hand, no matter how strong Yi Fei was, he would definitely expend a lot of dark force after clearing the sword pagoda again and again. This was the best time to deal with Yi Fei. Maybe his eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had used a deceitful method to push Jian Sansheng to the top spot, Jian Sansheng was still half a step behind Yi Fei. In everyone's eyes, this was like a thorn in their side. If they didn't pull it out, they would feel uncomfortable. Sansheng, your suggestion is very good. Even though we're both paragons, there should still be differences in status. Why don't you and Yi Fei have a duel? Let's see who is the true paragon. Maybe emphasize the importance of being the top spot. Even if Yi Fei had accidentally cleared the sword pagoda, he would still find a chance to trample Yi Fei completely. Maybe. Can you be any more shameless? Yi Fei, don't compare yourself to Jian Sansheng. Niu Hao's mouth was clumsy, but his brain wasn't. He vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. Niu Hao, it's best that you don't get involved in a battle between the younger generation. Maybe sneered and suddenly stood in front of Niu Hao. The battle between the inner and outer sword palace had reached its climax. This made many experienced martialists anxious. Then, a terrifying sword hum resounded through the air. The person who did it was not Jian Sansheng, but Yi Fei. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. If you want to die, then I'll send you to the afterlife. Yi Fei was thoroughly enraged. How honest was he? He had tolerated Jian Sansheng's cheating and maybe Shinjuan's sophistry on the spot to suppress him. He had tolerated it as well. However, these two fellows were not done yet. Yi Fei decided that he couldn't take it anymore. He attacked Jian Sansheng on the spot, causing Jian Sansheng's expression to change drastically. Despicable commoner, die. Boom! In the sky, the sword hum became even more intense. Jian Sansheng furiously attacked with his sword. His sword carried with it a whirlwind of slaughter and dazzling starlight. He slashed down furiously, splitting the space apart. Terrifying cracks appeared, and from the cracks, sparks flew out. It was extremely terrifying. That's the Tao Lord Mystique of our sword palace, the Starfire Meteor Sword. A sword palace disciple recognized the mystique Jian Sansheng used. Brother Jian, go for it. Ma Fong's face was flushed with pride. This was the man she had chosen. He was worlds apart from a commoner like Yi Fei. Endless sparks fell from the sky, igniting the space. Terrifying void flames appeared. Yi Fei's face was cold. No wonder he dared to attack me. This person cheated in the Sword Pagoda. It seems that he has reserved a lot of dark force. Is he trying to defeat me while I'm weak? Unfortunately, Jian Sansheng would never know how terrifying the golden body of despair was and how powerful Yi Fei's sword Dao was. Even though he had indeed used up a large amount of profound strength in the last 8 stages, when Yi Fei's body was ignited with a blazing purple gold light, Yi Fei's entire person was like a war demon, standing tall in this heaven and earth, allowing the endless sparks to ignite him, allowing the terrifying sword aura to swallow him up. Amidst the boundless sword light, Yi Fei made his move. He took a step forward and furiously slashed out with his heavy sword. The dark steel heavy mountain whistled through the air like a meteor, causing the void to explode. Rumble. Many warriors were shocked to find that the space around them had started to tremble violently. They were dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe that pure strength could be so terrifying. Only Bai Yanran and Mad Dog were calm. Both of them had seen the terror of the golden body of despair. What was more frightening was that when facing Jian Sansheng's sword, Yi Fei actually made a frightening move. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Maybe in Niu Hao's expressions changed. The martial arts of the Heavenly Palace of Despair are actually so powerful. Lowly commoner, you have successfully angered me. Jian Sansheng roared in anger. His sword was caught with his bare hands. This was the greatest humiliation for a swordsman and an insult to him, Jian Sansheng. The crown prince of the Sword Kingdom finally stopped hiding and suddenly burst out his strongest martial arts. All of a sudden, Yi Fei felt a stabbing pain in his hand as the sword light around it shattered like needles, piercing through his golden body and into his palm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jian Sansheng suddenly let out a roar, and his sword suddenly sped up. 3 beams of terrifying divine light appeared on the blade of his sword, which coiled around it like divine dragons that could destroy heaven and earth. Get lost. Although his left hand was injured, Yi Fei's right hand was holding the dark steel heavy sword. At this moment, endless gray sword light burst out. That was the light of the sword of loneliness. When this light collided with the 3-life sword, Jian Sansheng was shocked to find that his divine power was suddenly annihilated. However, this crown prince of the Sword Kingdom was able to be valued by the Divine Lord. Realizing that something was wrong, Jian Sansheng suddenly threw away his sword and retreated. His hand touched his spatial belt, and a gorgeous sword with spiritual attachment appeared in his hand. As he retreated, he slashed out an even more terrifying sword light. 3-Death Sword. The 3-Life Sword is Jian Sansheng's divine power. The 3-Death Sword is also the strongest martial arts of the Sword Kingdom's royal family. The combination of 3 lives and 3 deaths is Jian Sansheng's strongest sword. It can kill Dao Lords. Who can block this sword? Maybe smiled as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Niu Hao's expression was solemn. He was already considering whether to intervene and stop this battle. At this moment, the silence disappeared and endless death appeared. Yi Fei held his sword and stepped into the sea of blood. Behind him were 2 sword cauldrons that emitted intense light. They followed behind him and formed 2 strange Taiji sword diagrams. Taiji, killing sword. The entire sky was filled with the sound of Yi Fei's sword. Jian Sansheng had not created the fusion of martial arts. Yi Fei had long been able to do it. Boom! The whistling sword light of death tore through the sky, and the sword light of the 3 lives and 3 deaths. The spinning Taiji sword cauldron suddenly went against the sea of blood and smashed the void and the stars. This is impossible. How can you have 2 divine powers? Jian Sansheng's arrogant expression was filled with shock and deep fear. He was shocked to find that his 3 lives and 3 deaths could not block the sword light of death. Then, the heavy Taiji sword cauldron crashed into his body. At this critical moment, Jian Sansheng unleashed all of his power. His divine powers, will, and bloodline power burned at the same time in an attempt to block the sword cauldron's impact. However, he was only able to block one sword cauldron before the other one crashed into him. Wah! Jin Sansheng screamed and retreated. Master, help me kill. Get lost. Suddenly, a voice appeared in front of him. Another heavy sword light smashed into Jin Sansheng's body, shattering his bones. The blood he spat out was mixed with broken bone fragments. His body crashed into the sword pagoda and embedded into the wall with his name engraved on it. The Crown Prince of Sword Kingdom, the Sword Champion. Chapter 2391. The champion of swordsmanship Yi Fei stood in the air like a sword. He didn't choose to kill Jin Sansheng. After all, this was the Sword Palace. He could slap his opponent's face, but he couldn't take his life. Sometimes, slapping someone's face was more painful than killing them. Jin Sansheng was in this situation. He was the crown prince of Sword Kingdom, the disciple of a divine lord, and he had a noble bloodline. He had great talent, but all of these were useless against Yi Fei. Jin Sansheng had been defeated. He had been utterly defeated, and he had lost all face. I actually lost to a commoner. Hee-ha! Jin Sansheng looked like he was laughing and crying at the same time. This blow was too great. It was so great that the crown prince of Sword Kingdom, who was used to smooth sailing, found it hard to accept. He even pushed away Ma Fong, who came to help him. Anger and hatred appeared on Ma Fong's face. If it weren't for Yi Fei, Jin Sansheng wouldn't have been defeated. If it weren't for this commoner, he wouldn't have been slapped in the face outside the Sword Palace. It's all your fault, commoner. You must have cheated in the Sword Pagoda. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to complete the Sword Pagoda and still have such strong combat strength. Kneel down and apologize to brother Jin immediately. Ma Fong ignored him and suddenly picked up Jin Sansheng's sword and charged at Yi Fei. Moreover, this woman had shown her killing intent when she drew her sword. It was obvious that she didn't want Yi Fei to live. Yi Fei's expression immediately became furious. Jin Sansheng was the first to provoke me, and Jin Sansheng was the first to kill me. You said I'm a commoner, and you want me to kneel to him? That's right, you're a commoner. Brother Jin killed you, so you deserve to die. You hurt him, so you deserve to die. Ma Fong's words were filled with hatred. Everyone knew about her relationship with Jin Sansheng. If Jin Sansheng was unable to recover from the setback, or even became a fool, wouldn't she, Ma Fong, have to spend the rest of her life with a fool? Thinking of this, Ma Fong's murderous intent intensified. She pointed her sword directly at Yi Fei's throat. The timing of her attack was also very clever. It happened to be the moment when Yi Fei was at his weakest after breaking through the levels consecutively and fighting Jin Sansheng. Ma Fong was confident that she could take Yi Fei's life. However, she did not know that the golden body of despair was not terrifying in terms of profound energy, but in terms of physical strength. That's right, Yi Fei's profound energy had indeed been severely depleted, and it was very difficult for him to release his natural abhijna again. However, Yi Fei's strongest point was not his profound energy. His strongest point was his fleshly body. Kill. Without any hesitation, facing Ma Fong's sword, Yi Fei suddenly drew his sword and gathered the last of his profound energy. The black iron heavy sword whistled like a resplendent star as it collided with Ma Fong's sword. Roar! Yi Fei suddenly roared like a dragon beast, shattering the void. At this moment, all the divine energy in his body went completely berserk. The black iron heavy sword suddenly formed a terrifying heavy sword hurricane. Sword after sword, it was like a rapidly falling star, like the roar of a war demon. Ma Fong watched in horror as her abhijna sword light was smashed into pieces by Yi Fei's brute force. In a hurry, she did not even have time to react before another large hand with 5 fingers spread out and slapped in front of her like a hurricane. You? Ma Fong was so angry that her face turned red. Bai Yinran also suddenly blushed. Mad Dog was dumbfounded. The rest of the young geniuses were in an uproar. Yi Fei's attack was really in that position. But very quickly, the corners of many people's eyes twitched violently. Ma Fong even let out a miserable shriek of pain. Yi Fei didn't hold back in the slightest. His palm was filled with rage, so much so that it could even shatter a mountain. Ma Fong's body suddenly fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. She spat out blood and rolled in front of Jian Sansheng. Only then did Jian Sansheng wake up from his near collapse and look at Ma Fong in shock. Ma Fong was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Her beautiful eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Jian Sansheng's stunned expression immediately turned into anger. But before he could do anything, maybe Shenjun, who was not far away, flew into a rage. After all, Ma Fong was not only his disciple, but also his niece. How dare this man be so ruthless? Without a sound, an extremely powerful sword light burst out from Maybe's body. As it tore through the sky, it suddenly slashed toward Yi Fei. He wanted to kill Yi Fei instantly and avenge Ma Fong and Jian Sansheng. Maybe, how dare you? Niu Hao was extremely angry. He did not expect Maybe to disregard his status as a divine lord. He wanted to kill a junior of the Lord of Heaven. Niu Hao immediately tried to stop him, but in the end, he was still a beat too slow. He could not help but shout anxiously, "Yi Fei, don't just stand there. Run. I want to run, but where can I run to if Ma Fong won't let me go?" Yi Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had used up a lot of his Xian Qi and divine power. Running would not solve the problem. Besides, he still had the Ghost Emperor Cauldron with him. It should be able to block Maybe's sword. But in that case, the Ghost Emperor Cauldron's strength would definitely attract the attention of the Sword Palace. Yi Fei could not help but hesitate. "Stop!" In the quiet mountains of Sword Gate, an old man's angry shout faintly sounded. Then, a sword light appeared from the mountains and blocked in front of Yi Fei. More and more sword lights like this appeared, stronger and stronger. When he looked up, the quiet 108 mountains were releasing sword lights at the same time. They were working together to protect Yi Fei. Maybe's divine lord sword came slashing down furiously. Not only was he unable to kill Yi Fei, but he was also counterattacked by the sword lights. He groaned and could not help but stagger back. Niu Hao angrily punched him, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Niu Hao, how dare you hurt me? Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the Sword Palace and the Sword Palace? People of Sword Gate, why are you attacking me?" Maybe was angry and angry. Yi Fei was right in front of him, and he could kill him with a casual swing of his sword. But Niu Hao and the half-step divine lords of Sword Mountain had stopped him. This scene stunned even Yi Fei. He did not understand what was going on. Niu Hao suddenly thought of something and laughed. "Yi Fei, you are lucky. In Sword Gate, only the sword is recognized, not the person. Your sword has not only been recognized by the Sword Pagoda, it has also been recognized by Sword Gate. From now on, you are the true champion of Sword Dao. You can't run away. Since you're the sword champion, where is the sword champion token?" Niu Hao suddenly let out a loud shout. Within the mountains, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, directly landing in Yi Fei's hand. This is the sword champion token. With this token, you don't have to become a disciple. You can enter the 108 mountains and accept our inheritance. Be careful, be careful. In the mountains, an old voice came out indifferently. Hearing this voice, not only did Niu Hao's expression change, even Maybe felt his heart palpitate. He whispered, "It's that old man. Why is he here? Not good. This brat is now a sword champion. If we continue to kill him, it will be detrimental to the Sword Palace." But if he did not kill Yi Fei and looked at the depressed Jian Sansheng and the unconscious Ma Fong, maybe Shinjuan's face turned green and white. In the end, he let out a long sigh. He stared at Yi Fei with hatred and said, "You are lucky. Killing is not allowed in Sword Gate. Otherwise, I would have killed you for everything you have done." Chapter 2392. Ninth Heaven Sword Rampart. Following Maybe's departure, the happiest were the disciples of the Inner Sword Palace. Due to their humble origins, They were naturally inferior to the great clans of the Outer Sword Palace. Many Inner Sword Palace disciples had been bullied by the Outer Sword Palace, and Yi Fei's forceful slap in the face had undoubtedly helped them vent their anger. Sword Chief! Sword Chief! Someone shouted loudly. Many disciples of the Inner Sword Palace followed suit and yelled. Niu Hao was even more comforted, and he personally walked over and hugged Yi Fei's shoulder warmly. Girl! Cough, cough. Yi Fei, this time you have made a great contribution to the Inner Sword Palace. Is there anything you want, such as a woman or something? Niu Hao tried his best to be reserved, but Bai Yanran, who knew Niu Hao's intentions, secretly gave Yi Fei a meaningful glance. Yi Fei was not stupid, and the moment he heard Niu Hao's words, he knew that the situation was not good. He quickly picked up the Sword Chief token in his hand and said, Senior Niu, for now, I just want to focus on cultivation and break through to Dao Lord as soon as possible. I see. Niu Hao was obviously a little disappointed that he did not manage to get Yi Fei to be his son-in-law, but he could not be too hasty. It would not be good if he scared Yi Fei away. He said solemnly, You are right. Men should prioritize martial arts. After all, it will not be long before the day of the Earth Carnage Proclamation in the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty. Work hard, and perhaps there will be a place for you on the Earth Carnage Proclamation this time. Niu Hao patted Yi Fei's shoulder heavily to express his encouragement, and then he turned and left. After all, the Sword Gate was the training ground for the disciples of the Lord of Heaven. Under normal circumstances, unless a divine lord brought someone in, they would not stay here. This was also a show of respect to the Sword Gate. After all, Sword's Gate was the third strongest power in the Sword Palace. Even Jian Sansheng did not dare to act recklessly after losing to Yi Fei. Instead, he glanced coldly at Yi Fei before he carried the unconscious Ma Fong into the mountains. Mad Dog's eyes flashed with a cold light. Field Master said that the royal family is cold-blooded and ruthless. They're even scarier than us on the torture list. Jian Sansheng has suffered a crushing defeat at your hands. He definitely won't let this go. Don't worry. I'm only here to cultivate, not to join the Sword Palace. We just have to be careful in Sword's Gate, said Yi Fei calmly. Mad Dog nodded and walked towards the Sword Pagoda with Bai Yanran. With the end of the battle between Yi Fei and Jian Sansheng, the entire Sword Pagoda became lively again. After all, these young martial artists had entered Sword's Gate to condense a sword soul or break through to become a Dao Lord. Moreover, as long as they could break through the 24th level, they could stay in Sword's Gate to cultivate. This also reduced the difficulty of the test. Even so, many young martial artists still tried their best to break through to a higher level. At first, Yi Fei did not understand this behavior. It was only when he saw a white-robed swordsman who had just broken through the 36th level that he was suddenly swept away by a beam of light from the mountain range. The others also revealed looks of envy, and it was only then that Yi Fei came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the higher one broke through, the more attention they would receive from the half-step divine lords cultivating in the mountain range. If they caught their eye, they would be brought away to cultivate in the mountain range. What happened next was just as Yi Fei expected. Anyone who broke through the 36th level would be taken away by the light in the mountains. If someone broke through the 72nd level, they would be fought over by more than a dozen beams of light in the mountains. Suddenly, the light on the 100th level of the Sword Pagoda flashed. Before anyone walked out, there were dozens of voices in the air. Great! A genius who broke through the 100th level has finally appeared. This disciple must be mine. I'm about to attempt to break through to the Divine Lord realm. I don't know if I'll live or die. Can you give me face and let this person inherit my legacy? Scram, the one who came out as a girl. It's better for her to follow me. Finally, an old woman's voice cut off the other people's divine senses and swept away by Yanran, who had just walked out of the Sword Pagoda. Yi Fei was dumbfounded. Then he saw Mad Dog stumble out of the 104th level of the Sword Pagoda. Although his face was pale and his aura was weak, half of the mountains in the mountains erupted with divine light and grabbed at Mad Dog. But although they were fast, someone was faster. A burly, shirtless middle-aged man suddenly rushed out of the mountains. He had an iron staff on his back and looked like Tarzan. He directly descended with his true body, grabbed Mad Dog, and ran. Your bloodline is crazy. You should learn my Mad Demon battle technique. Staff Demon, you're shameless. Didn't we agree on a divine sense competition? You actually came with your true body. Some half-step divine lords angrily cursed. The shirtless man laughed and spat at the sky. Peh, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Let me tell you, this is the compensation that person promised me. That person. The cursing voices suddenly fell silent. Then, countless divine senses looked at Yi Fei. Just as Yi Fei thought that he would be fought over by even more seniors, all of these divine senses suddenly disappeared. At this point, all of the streams of divine sense had vanished. Not a single one of them was willing to help Yi Fei. Yi Fei's face darkened, and he suddenly had the urge to curse someone. Bai Yanran was being fought over, and Mad Dog almost got into a fight. But as a sword chieftain, no one paid any attention to him. What was the point of him working so hard to obtain the title of sword chieftain? If possible, Yi Fei really wanted to throw away the sword chieftain token in his hand. But he remembered that he still needed to cultivate in the sword gate and find a way to condense a sword soul. In the end, Yi Fei could only endure it. He sullenly probed the sword chieftain token with his divine sense. Since no one is willing to guide me, I can only rely on myself. Yi Fei was extremely depressed. As he walked towards the mountains, he fumbled with the token in his hand. Not long after, Yi Fei's body shook. In the sword chieftain token, besides the detail markings of the 108 mountains, he also discovered a huge sword wall image. And this sword wall was called the Ninth Heaven Sword Wall. Yi Fei became very excited. On the other side, the first thing the man who had taken Mad Dog away did when he returned to the mountain was to send a voice transmission to the void. Old man, I originally thought that the kid with the surname Yu was the best candidate. He was the best candidate to cultivate my Mad Demon battle technique. Why didn't you let me guide him? Why didn't you let anyone else guide him? It's such a waste to leave such a fine piece of jade behind. Rod Demon, if you don't want to be turned into a human rod by this old man, you'd better stay away from Yi Fei. This kid has his own destiny. If he really is the person this old man has been waiting for. The last sentence was almost inaudible, but just the first half of the sentence was enough to make the fearless Rod Demon shudder. He couldn't utter a single word. He could only curse in his heart. This old man is getting more and more terrifying. If I could beat him, I would have snatched Yi Fei away. If it was him, he would definitely be able to master this Mad Demon battle technique. The more he thought about it, the angrier Rod Demon got. He simply picked up his iron rod and walked out of the cave. He roared at Mad Dog, who was still standing there in a daze. Kid, I'll give you 3 months to learn the first level of the Mad Demon battle technique. If you can't learn it in 1 day, you'll be beaten. If you can't learn it in 10 days, you'll be beaten 10 times. Have you learned it today? Chapter 2393. Shueqianxiu soon, there was a roar in the mountains, followed by the sound of metal rods hitting flesh. However, no one cared about this point. After all, the senior experts who cultivated in seclusion in the Sword's Gate all had different temperaments. It was understandable that they would occasionally be violent. There were also many martial artists who wished that the mountain chieftain would be violent towards them. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to gain the favor of the Hill Master. Other than the Hill Master who took the initiative to receive them, the majority of the people could only pay their respects to the mountains one by one, hoping to pass the test and gain the opportunity to cultivate in the mountains. Moreover, the more mountains that passed the test, the more it proved that the person was strong. At this moment, there was a mountain gate in the mountains that was being attacked. It was a strange man with snow-white hair. However, the man didn't look old. Instead, he looked like a very handsome young man. A large group of swordsmen gathered around the young man. They looked at the young man's figure fervently as he attacked the mountain gate. Suddenly, there was a loud boom from the mountain gate. The mountain gate's restriction was completely broken by the young man. The swordsmen who were watching the battle were all excited, including this one. Senior brother Xue has broken through the restrictions of 100 mountain gates. I think that in a few days, senior brother Xue will be able to break through all 108 mountain gates of the Sword Palace. Xue Qianxiu will definitely become a legend of our Sword Palace. It's a pity that senior brother Xue didn't pass the last test of the Sword Pagoda. It's a pity. A swordsman who admired Xue Qianxiu sighed. Xue Qianxiu was the youngest ruler of Xueyu. He was also the genius with the most potential among the subordinate countries of the Sword Palace. He was born with an extraordinary bloodline and was talented in the Sword Dao. Even Renzu praised him. He was also the person who had the most hope of passing the Sword Pagoda and becoming the Sword Champion. Unfortunately, before he passed, Xue Qianxiu encountered a passing storm and was defeated by one move. Moreover, this move directly affected Xue Qianxiu's result of passing the Sword Pagoda. In the end, when Xue Qianxiu stepped into the last level of the Sword Pagoda, his injuries flared up and he failed. This became one of Xue Qianxiu's regrets. In order to make up for this regret, after entering the Sword Palace Mountains, Xue Qianxiu resolutely decided to challenge all 108 Sword Mountains. Although he failed to pass the Sword Pagoda, he wanted to use his results to tell the world that even if he didn't pass the Sword Pagoda, he was no weaker than the top 3 who passed the Sword Pagoda. Xue Qianxiu didn't care about the discussions around him. He broke through the mountain gate and rejected the half-step divine monarch's request to stay. Xue Qianxiu then walked towards the next mountain gate. "Qianxiu, please wait." Jian Sanxing's weak voice came from afar. He had lost the battle outside the Sword Pagoda too miserably. After realizing that maybe Xinjun couldn't avenge him, Jian Sanxing quickly thought of his good friend, Xue Qianxiu. Xue Qianxiu stopped and looked at Jian Sanxing solemnly. "Sanxing, you passed the Sword Pagoda?" Not only were the two good friends, but they also belonged to the Outer Sword Palace. After Xue Qianxiu failed to pass the last level of the Sword Pagoda by one step, maybe and the other divine emperors quickly sent Jian Sanxing to challenge the Sword Pagoda to build momentum and further attack the Inner Sword Palace. To ensure that nothing went wrong, maybe even secretly help Jian Sanxing cheat based on Xue Qianxiu's experience. He wanted to artificially create a sword champion. However, maybe never expected that Yi Fei would come out of nowhere. Not only did Yi Fei pass the Sword Pagoda first, but he also took away the title of Sword Champion. Jian Sanxing was furious. He said angrily, "Thanks to your guidance and master's help, I barely passed the Sword Pagoda. However, the Sword Champion token that you wanted was taken away by someone else." Xue Qianxiu had approved of Jian Sanxing's cheating. However, Xue Qianxiu also had a condition. He didn't have to compete for the title of Sword Champion, but he had to obtain the Sword Champion token. Not only did the Sword Champion token allow one to enter any mountain to cultivate unconditionally, but it also allowed one to enter any mountain to cultivate. It was said that the Sword Champion token had an even more important function. The holder of the Sword Champion token could enter the most mysterious 9th Heaven Sword Wall and come into contact with the strongest Sword Dao in the Sword Palace. Xue Qianxiu, who was willing to give up his entire country, didn't care about empty titles. However, he was determined to obtain the Sword Champion token. Now, according to Jian Sanxing, the Sword Champion token had fallen into the hands of someone else. Xue Qianxiu's expression couldn't help but turn cold. "Who stole my Sword Champion token? And who hurt you?" It was a commoner invited by the Inner Sword Palace. "His name is Yi Fei. He is very strong. I'm afraid he's only slightly weaker than you." Not only did he pass the stage first, but he also took the title of Sword Champion. What's worse is that he humiliated Ma Fong. Jian Sanxing's eyes shone with a cold light. Behind him, Ma Fong was even more ashamed and angry. Yi Fei had actually pushed her chest in public with so much force that she could still feel the sharp pain in her chest. How could Ma Fong endure such humiliation? Therefore, the first thing she did when she woke up was to encourage Jian Sanxing to find Xue Qianxiu. She hoped that Xue Qianxiu's strength would help her take revenge. "Senior brother Qianxiu, You have to help me take revenge this time. Ma Fong's face was still stained with tears. Xue Qianqiu's expression turned serious. This person can defeat you, so he must be very strong. However, I must obtain the sword champion token. This person must be handed over. Sansheng, where is Yi Fei now? Ma Fong's face was full of hatred. We disciples of the Outer Sword Palace have been secretly following him to prevent him from hiding in those mountain sections. The strange thing is that he didn't go to any of the mountain sects to cultivate. None of the seniors from the mountain sects took the initiative to find him. What's so strange about that? He's just a commoner. How can he compare to Xue Qianqiu? In the eyes of these seniors, Qianqiu is their ideal successor. Jin Sansheng smiled and glanced at Xue Qianqiu. However, he saw that Xue Qianqiu's expression was still calm, but his eyes were coldly looking in a certain direction. He didn't go to the mountain sects to cultivate. It seems that this person is also aiming for the ninth heaven sword rampart. Sansheng, immediately send people to stop this person. Tell him that I, Xue Qianqiu, want to fight with him. Qianqiu, why don't you go now? I don't have time. I want to fight my way through these mountains and fulfill my wish. I also want to destroy the god in my heart. Xue Qianqiu's expression was cold. The god in his heart was the #1 on the Earth Carnage ranking, Fengyan. Back then, Fengyan only used one move to severely injure him. This caused Xue Qianqiu to feel immense pressure. He challenged the mountains to break this pressure. As for Yi Fei, even if he passed the Sword Pagoda, Xue Qianqiu did not care. Although he was good friends with Jin Sansheng, Jin Sansheng's strength could only be ranked 5th in the Outer Sword Palace. There were 4 people ahead of him who were stronger than him. Among them, there was one besides Xue Qianqiu. Chapter 2394. Cowardice. This girl was called Lanyi, but she was not from the Sword Palace. She was the daughter of the Lan family in the city of 10,000 swords. It was said that the Lan family was a branch of the Nalan family, an ancient family of the Divine Dynasty. Lanyi left the Lan family and entered the Sword Palace because she admired Xue Qianqiu. The two of them were now recognized as the best couple in the Sword Palace. Hearing Xue Qianqiu's words, Lanyi smiled faintly. She picked up the soft sword handed to her by her servant and flew into the sky. Jin Sansheng and Ma Fong were secretly delighted. Although we did not manage to invite Xue Qianqiu, Lanyi is enough to make Yi Fei suffer. Let's go to the sword wall. Some warriors who liked to watch the show also flew into the sky. They were all seniors who had cultivated in the sword gate for more than a year. Even if they did not have a map, they knew the location of the sword wall clearly. The sad thing was that Yi Fei got lost when he was looking for the 9th heaven sword wall with the sword leader token. This made Yi Fei have the impulse to smash the sword leader token. It was too depressing to be the sword leader. There were no benefits at all. Instead, he got himself into trouble. What was more infuriating was that the route of the 9th heaven sword wall was only marked at the front. There were no marks at the back. Yi Fei only realized this when he was halfway there. He was in a bad mood. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle's faces were also dark. The dragon turtle even wanted to remind Yi Fei that it was time to eat. But when it saw Yi Fei's dark face, it swallowed its saliva and did not dare say it. In the end, the dragon turtle could only take out some food from its bloated turtle shell with tears in its eyes. It licked its lips painfully. Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, was puzzled as he used his heaven and earth divine eyes to look around. Occasionally, he would bite his fingers and swing his ponytail. Suddenly, he turned around, scaring the dragon turtle so much that he bit off half of the xian vein that was in his mouth. The dragon turtle felt a sharp pain in his heart. However, Xiao Qiao did not look at the dragon turtle. Instead, he used the heaven and earth divine eye to look through the layers of the void with a puzzled look on his face. But what he didn't know was that in the void, there was an old man who was also trembling with fear. This brat is strange, very strange. He clearly didn't discover my divine sense. But why do I feel like I'm being targeted? And this kid, why is he always walking in circles here? Could it be that my judgment was wrong? Then what about the sword soul he released when he was fighting outside the sword pagoda? At this moment, the lost Yifei naturally did not know what the old man was thinking. He also did not know that the old man had purposely erased the middle section of the map in the sword leader token. As a result, Yifei suddenly lost his way when he was only halfway through. Realizing that he could not find a route to the 9 Heaven Sword Wall no matter how long he wandered, Yifei was discouraged and could not be bothered to search anymore. After all, it was his first time entering the sword gate. Without a map, he could only keep getting lost if he wanted to find the sword wall. It seems like before I go to the sword wall, I need to find a mountain and find out the exact location of the sword wall. It will be best if I can get a complete map. Yifei thought for a while and stopped wandering around. Instead, he soared into the sky and flew towards the nearest mountain. There was an old man sitting cross-legged on the mountain. When he saw Yifei arrive, the old man's face lit up with joy. He wished that he could personally capture Yifei and make him inherit his legacy. Then, he would be able to focus on breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. At this time, a soft whisper entered his ears. The old man's face fell. He helplessly lifted his hand and sealed off the mountain. "Little friend, please wait. This mountain has already been sealed. Don't come out." "Senior, I'm not." Bang. The mountain gates were tightly shut and a cool breeze blew. Only a frightened crow flew past the mountain gates. Yifei's face darkened. Could it be that he was so disliked by others? If this place doesn't want me, there must be a place for me. I'm the Sword Dao champion after all. I don't believe that I can't find someone to ask for directions. Yifei turned around and rushed to the next mountain, then the second and the third at an even faster speed. While Yifei was asking for directions, on the other side, Jian Sansheng and Ma Fong were worried that Yifei would break into the 9th Heaven Sword Wall ahead of time. They quickly led the way and finally arrived outside the sword wall in the shortest time possible. It was a huge stone wall. It was immeasurably tall and wide and was covered with countless sword marks. These sword marks were left behind by the geniuses of the Sword Palace. However, there were very few martial artists who could truly break through the sword wall and comprehend the supreme Sword Dao. However, this did not stop some martial artists who were truly passionate about the sword from coming here to comprehend the Sword Dao. However, before Jian Sansheng arrived, there were already more than a dozen martial artists in ragged clothes sitting around the sword wall. They were so passionate about the sword that they had forgotten themselves. Seeing this, Jian Sansheng was puzzled. Why didn't Yifei come here? However, he did not know that Yifei was still lost. He was getting more and more lost. He was so lost that even his tail could not find the way. This is simple. Just ask these people and you'll know. Ma Fong suddenly drew her sword and let out a sharp sword whistle. It forcefully woke up these martial artists who were comprehending the Sword Dao. Many of them looked angry. Lan Yi also felt that it was inappropriate. However, since Ma Fong had already done it, she could not reprimand her. She just cupped her hands and said, "Junior brothers, we're here to find a man called Yifei. Shui Qinxiu wants to fight with him for the position of sword leader. Have any of you seen Yifei? There's no one else here except us." A swordsman who was awakened said, while holding back his anger. Although they were sword fanatics, they knew Shui Qinxiu's identity and how important the position of sword leader was. Could it be that Yifei heard something and did not dare to come? Jian Sansheng speculated angrily. If that's the case, then this person is really unworthy of his reputation. Even the fact that he won the sword leader title is suspicious, Lan Yi said lightly. Hearing this, Jian Sansheng's face turned red. If Yifei was suspected of cheating, then wouldn't it be more suspicious that he was defeated by Yifei? Jian Sansheng forced a smile and said, "Senior sister, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps Yifei was delayed on the way. I believe he will definitely come here." Lan Yi nodded and ordered the surrounding warriors. From now on, Shui Qinxiu officially declares war on Yifei for the position of sword leader. I'll have to trouble all of you to help spread the news. If Yifei is really capable, he will definitely come. Lan Yi did not have time to waste on Yifei. She simply asked someone to pass the message and force Yi Fei to appear. However, Lan Yi did not know that at this time, Yi Fei had been rejected countless times. He was angry and ran into the forest to cultivate alone. How could he hear the news? Therefore, Lan Yi and the others waited outside the sword wall from noon to sunset. The news had probably spread throughout the entire Sword's Gate. Countless warriors had come to watch this unprecedented battle. However, Yi Fei did not appear. Shui Qinxiu also did not appear. Did everyone wait for a day in vain? Chapter 2395. Sword Wall Echo. There's no need to wait any longer. That Yi Fei must have heard of Shui Qinxiu's reputation and is too scared to show himself. Ma Fong said viciously. She even purposely spoke very loudly. Shui Qinxiu's challenge had already attracted a large group of young geniuses to come and watch. Now that the two people involved were not showing themselves, it had already attracted countless discussions. Ma Fong's words were like adding oil to the fire, igniting the anger of all the warriors present. Even the 10 or so sword fanatics who were infatuated with the sword had angry looks on their faces. They said with disdain, swordsmen should press forward courageously and rather break than bend. Who is this Yi Fei? Since he has passed the sword pagoda and is destined to be the champion, he should be the leader of us swordsmen. Who would have thought that this person would be afraid of Shui Qinxiu and not dare to fight? He is the shame of us swordsmen. What champion of the sword? He's just an undeserved reputation. What a waste of our time. After not seeing Yi Fei for a long time, and with Ma Fong's instigation, many warriors already believed that Yi Fei was afraid of Shui Qinxiu. But there were also warriors who maintained a reserved attitude. They did not agree or criticize, but instead secretly discussed with each other. Yi Jian's actions are indeed inappropriate, but it's pardonable. After all, Shui Qinxiu is the strongest person in the Outer Sword Palace. In the entire 10,000 Swords City, only Shui Qinxiu can face Feng Yun directly. That's right. If Shui Qinxiu wasn't injured in the face of Feng Yun, the title of champion of the sword would have already been in his bag. Yi Fei wouldn't have had a chance. Looks like this Yi Jian knows the difference between him and Shui Qinxiu. Forget it, I'm not waiting anymore. I don't have the time to waste with such a coward. If you see Yi Fei in the future, please tell him that cowardice is useless. Since he doesn't dare to fight with Qinxiu, then it's best that he hand over the sword palaces, 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 only Qinxiu. Lan Yi said in a deep voice. After waiting for 2 days, Yi Fei still didn't appear. She had already lost her patience. In the end, Lan Yi simply left angrily. She no longer cared about Yi Fei's matter. Many warriors shook their heads secretly. They felt that the sword leader this time was much weaker than before. Soon, the area around the sword wall returned to normal. Only the dozen or so sword maniacs were still sitting cross-legged in silence. They continued to stare at the sword wall in a daze, causing many people to snicker. This sword wall was very famous in the Sword's Gate. In the beginning, it had attracted many sword Dao geniuses to comprehend the sword Dao, but none of them had gained anything. They could sense the terrifying power hidden within the sword wall, but they were unable to observe or comprehend this hidden power. Over time, other than those who were truly obsessed with the sword Dao, no one paid any attention to the sword wall. However, Yi Fei was completely unaware of all this. He went deep into the mountains and forests in a fit of pique. Yi Fei held his breath and focused his mind. He looked like he was cultivating in the wilderness. However, he secretly instructed Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle to keep their eyes and ears open. I went to a mountain and was refused entry. Even a ghost would not believe that no one was trying to prank me. Clearly, someone did not wish for me to inquire about the sword wall. However, this is not a problem for me. Xiao Qiao, do you see someone coming out of the mountain? Xiao Qiao stared for 3 days with his heavenly eyes. Finally, he saw a warrior coming down from the mountain not far away. Xiao Qiao was so excited that his face flushed red. After all, It was very tiring to stare for 3 consecutive days. Yifei suddenly stood up and charged forward fiercely. He gave a youth coming down the mountain a huge fright. "Hey, you are Yifei? You know me?" Yifei was a little surprised. He did not know the person in front of him. However, the person smiled and said, "I don't know you. However, Master said that when I went down the mountain, I might meet someone called Yifei who asked me about the sword wall. He wanted me to tell you that the sword wall is only real if you find it yourself. If you ask someone else, it will be fake." Yifei was furious. He narrowed his eyes and said, "So, someone is indeed trying to prank me in the dark. I don't care if it's real or fake. Senior brother, you just need to tell me the correct way to the sword wall." "No, Master said that no one will answer your question. You have to find the answer yourself." With that, the person turned and left. He had already left the mountain and had become a Tao Lord. The sword gate was not a place for him to stay. "Senior brother, please wait." Yifei naturally would not let this person leave. The place he was at was too remote. There were only a few mountain sects around. If he could not find someone to ask, it would probably take him years to find the sword wall. "Go away. Who is your senior brother? I said that I won't tell you." Dong! Suddenly, a black cauldron whizzed over and smashed into the back of the Tao Lord's head. The person's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground in a daze. Yifei looked apologetic. He put away the Ghost Emperor cauldron and said, "Senior brother, please forgive me. If you tell me, I'm afraid that you will lie to me. Let's be straightforward and just rob." With that, Yifei squatted down and took off the person's space belt. He began to rummage through it, but he did not find the map he needed. Yifei could only squat down again and look at the person. "Senior brother, if you don't show me the right way, I can only take away your treasures." "You." The youth on the ground was so angry that his lips trembled. He was knocked unconscious by the Ghost Emperor cauldron and could not speak for a long time. In the end, he could only point in a direction angrily. Yifei did not return the space belt. Instead, he turned and left calmly. "If what you said is true, I will return it to you when I get out of the sword gate. If what you said is false, these treasures will be my mental compensation." Yifei quickly rushed off into the distance, leaving behind the young man who was lying on the ground. His eyes were wide with grief and indignation. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have imagined that he would be immediately knocked over by a cauldron and even be robbed. Inside the mountain gate, an old man with a stubble and tattered clothes also widened his eyes. He did not expect Yifei to use such a method to obtain the map to the sword wall. The old man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and the drumstick in his mouth fell to the ground. "It's not true. This kid can't be the sword master's successor." Although he said that, the old man could not help but secretly follow Yifei when he saw him run to the sword wall. However, this person's strength was too mysterious. Even Xiao Chao did not notice that someone was following him. It was even more impossible for Yifei to know that there was someone following him. Now, all his attention was focused on the ninth heaven sword wall. According to the Tao Lord's guidance, Yifei finally found the right direction and quickly approached the sword wall. Even so, it still took him an entire day to travel from the wilderness to the sword wall. From this, it could be seen how vast the sword gate was. In front of him was a huge wall of divine swords. The entire wall seemed to be formed by sword light, but these sword lights seemed to be solid and filled with endless sword power. Dong! When he saw the sword wall, Yifei suddenly felt his heart beat violently. It was as if a war hammer was beating the war drum in his heart. "Can your sword break mine?" Chapter 2396. Infinite Sword. Can your sword break through my sword? The voice in his heart grew louder and louder. Suddenly, Yifei's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The voice just now did not belong to the Nine Heaven Swordmaster. It was her echo. She used her echo to condense into sword light. The sword light then formed this mysterious sword wall. Yifei's heart was filled with great waves. To an ordinary warrior, this sword wall was just a wall filled with sword scars. However, In the eyes of a true sword cultivator, this was actually a sword beam, and an extremely terrifying sword Dao mystique. This mystique even surpassed the physical. It was a mystique that turned into a sword wall. Strange. This sword wall should be the most precious treasure in the sword palace. Why are there so few people cultivating in front of this sword wall? Yi Fei was very puzzled. In his heart, he could feel the power of this sword wall. He tried to use his own consciousness to make contact with the sword wall. On the sword wall, one of the sword scars suddenly came alive. It was like a divine dragon. It raised its head and charged at Yi Fei. Kill! Yi Fei subconsciously condensed his sword light and slashed forward. In the end, he was shocked to discover that his sword had slashed empty air. Moreover, his divine sense had almost been sucked into the sword wall at some point in time. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in an instant. Yi Fei's consciousness had already fallen into the sword wall and was about to be completely swallowed up. It was also at this moment that within Yi Fei's sky palace, the undying sword soul that was tightly gripped by his consciousness suddenly let out a soundless sword cry. A terrifying sword seemed to appear between heaven and earth. This sword could slash the heavens, destroy the earth, slay gods, and kill demons. It was eternal and indestructible. This was the eternal and indestructible sword of destruction. When Yi Fei's consciousness started to come into contact with this sword wall, the undying sword soul also partially awakened in his body. The reason it was only partially awakened was because Yi Fei's cultivation level was not enough to completely control the undying sword soul. But even if it was partially awakened, the undying sword soul miraculously pulled back Yi Fei's consciousness that was about to be swallowed up. Only now did Yi Fei discover that he was still standing at his original location, not moving at all. There was still a very long distance between him and the sword wall. However, his actions still caused the swordsmen who were comprehending the sword to wake up. This was the second time that someone had disturbed them while they were comprehending the sword wall. The first time, because it was Xue Qinxiu, they tolerated it. But the second time, it was someone they did not recognize. They cannot hold back their anger. Who are you? Do you know that your actions will cause a great disturbance to our comprehension of the sword? The swordsmen all stood up with anger hidden in their eyes. Suddenly, someone stared at Yi Fei's face and revealed a shocked expression. This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. All right, he is Yi Fei. Xue Qinxiu wants to challenge Yi Fei. In order to send a message to Yi Fei, he had asked the disciples outside the sword palace to prepare a portrait of Yi Fei. These swordsmen had all seen him before. Who is Xue Qinxiu? Why does he want to challenge me? Yi Fei was puzzled. He sighed in his heart. People who were abandoned by the heavens were really unlucky. The first time he entered the sword gate, he was framed by the fat manager. After entering the sword pagoda, he was framed by Jian Sansheng. When he finally entered the sword mountain, he was set up by a mysterious person. Now, there was someone who wanted to challenge him. Yi Fei was speechless. The swordsmen around the sword wall were even more speechless. You really don't know? Xue Qinxiu is the #1 swordsman in the sword palace. He is also worthy of being the sword chieftain candidate. Unfortunately, the sword chieftain fell into your hands in the end. Xue Qinxiu has already said that he wants to take your position. For this reason, Jian Sansheng and the others deliberately waited for you at the sword wall for 2 days. In the end, you chickened out and only appeared after they left. As a sword chieftain, don't you feel ashamed? Me? Ashamed? Do you know how much this stupid thing has caused me? It would have been better if these words were not mentioned. After hearing these words, Yi Fei was furious. He was a dignified human emperor. How could he get lost and have to knock someone out to find the correct position of the sword wall? Fortunately, no one saw this. Otherwise, Yi Fei would have killed him. Bullshit, sword chieftain. Do you think I care? If any of you want to be the sword chieftain, you could be the sword chieftain yourself. Yi Fei was furious. He took out the sword chieftain token and threw it to one of the swordsmen. That person was so scared that his face turned pale. Although they were sword fanatics, they also knew that with their abilities, they could not afford to take this thing. Not to mention that the sword chieftain token was specifically requested by Shueqinxiu. That person hurriedly threw the sword chieftain token back, as if he was holding a ball of fire. Yi Fei sneered and said, "A swordsman should have great perseverance, fearlessness, and courage. You say that I chickened out? Shouldn't you be even more ashamed of your actions now? Since that Shueqinxiu wants to challenge me, then let him wait. I don't have time to waste with them." His words scared the surrounding swordsmen speechless. Yi Fei actually said that fighting with Shueqinxiu was a waste of time. As they were not familiar with each other, Yi Fei was too lazy to say anything else. He walked around these people and walked toward the sword wall with interest. This gave the surrounding swordsmen another fright. No, you can't get close to the sword wall. Once you get close, boom, the sword wall shone brightly. The stars moved, and the heavens and earth shook. Boundless sword light slashed out from the sword wall, as if it wanted to kill anyone who got close to the sword wall. Even Yi Fei could clearly feel a destructive aura that wanted to destroy his body and soul in an instant, turning him into nothingness. Was this the sword of the nine heavens, sword master? How could a woman have such a sword power? Yi Fei was secretly shocked. Suddenly, the sword chieftain token flew out of his body and turned into a sword-light barrier that enveloped Yi Fei. The champion of the way of the sword has half a day to comprehend the sword wall. A cold voice came from the sword wall again. It was still the voice of the nine heavens sword master. All the swordsmen looked at Yi Fei enviously. The treatment of the champion of the way of the sword was indeed different. They had been painstakingly trying to comprehend the sword wall for months and years, but they had not been able to find a way in. Yi Fei had obtained the recognition of the sword wall as soon as he had arrived. Comparisons are odious. They all felt bitter in their hearts. No wonder Shueqinxiu wants to take Yi Fei's position as champion. Some people understood Shueqinxiu's specific plan. Yi Fei realized that although he had been tricked, the sword chieftain token was actually a pass to the nine heavens sword wall. It was just a temporary pass that could only last for half a day. However, I came to the sword palace for the nine heavens sword master and to save Sister Sword Spirit. What I want is not to comprehend the sword wall in half a day, but to decipher the sword wall and find the mystery behind the disappearance of the nine heavens sword master in the sword palace. Half a day is not what I want. Boom. Chapter 2397. The fury of 1,000 autumns, the sword light was like a dragon and fire. It destroyed the sword light barrier around him. The sword chief, token wailed, and fell back into Yi Fei's hand. The sword wall that had fallen silent was like a dormant beast that was awakened from its slumber. The entire sword wall started to shake as if the sun and moon were falling. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. He's crazy. He actually gave up the protection of the sword chief token and used his body to resist the might of the sword wall. Even the sword fanatic and the swordsmen present were shocked. They thought that they were stubborn enough to resist the sword wall. However, when they saw Yi Fei face the sword wall directly, they suddenly understood what it meant to be fearless and courageous. At least, since the appearance of the sword wall, there had never been a genius who dared to face the vast sword might with his body. Not even the previous 3 sword chiefs. However, Yi Fei did it. Would such a person really be afraid of Shueqinxiu and not come out? The swordsmen present all shook their heads. A sword chief is a sword chief after all. Even if he loses, he deserves the title of sword chief. A swordsman suddenly drew his sword and greeted Yi Fei. However, there were also swordsmen who shook their heads solemnly. Yi Jian is naturally brave. However, this sword wall is not something a sword chief can resist. This is the 9th heaven sword wall that can easily kill a divine lord. Boom! As they spoke, the boundless divine sword light in the sword wall had already tilted down. It was as if heaven and earth were tilting, causing the sun and moon to lose their light. The entire void was filled with the destructive sword light. It caused people's souls to stagnate. However, Yi Fei's soul was trembling with excitement. The indestructible sword token in his hand was like a traveler returning home. It emitted waves of joy. Suddenly, the indestructible sword token left Yi Fei's soul and rushed out. It rushed into the sky and swallowed the boundless sword light. Heaven and earth instantly stopped moving. The sun and moon reappeared. The dazzling sword light gradually shrunk. The vibrating sword wall suddenly cracked from both sides. Yi Fei held the indestructible sword token and walked towards the sword wall step by step. None of them noticed that there was an old man in the depths of the void who was already in tears. How many years has it been? Oh, Sword Master, your successor has finally appeared. It's just that you didn't choose a good successor. Not only is he arrogant, he even dares to beat people up and rob them of their treasures. What a disgrace. The old man was weeping and cursing at Yi Fei, and there was an indescribable displeasure in his eyes. However, Yi Fei wouldn't know about this unhappiness. Even Xiao Chao didn't discover the elder's existence. Instead, it was the dragon turtle who instinctively looked into the void and touched the Xian meridians hidden in its shell. When it discovered that not a single one was missing, it didn't seem like a thief was after them. Only then did the dragon turtle let out a long sigh of relief. The swordsmen present were also shocked to see the stairs of light that appeared after the sword wall cracked open. The stairs of light extended infinitely, as if they couldn't see the end. However, all the swordsmen felt a strong resonance in their hearts the moment the stairs of light appeared. There seemed to be something within the stairs that was calling out to them. Even their swords let out joyous cries at this moment, wanting to charge in. However, no one dared to enter. They only looked at the stairs of light with longing and envy. Yi Fei couldn't help but find it funny. The chance to crack the sword wall is right in front of you. Why don't you enter? Chief Yi, don't joke around. You were the one who opened the sword wall. How would we dare to enter? Some of the swordsmen felt sour in their hearts, but they didn't dare to take a step forward. Yi Fei nodded secretly. To be able to remain unmoved in the face of great benefits. All of you are people who truly understand the sword. Since we are on the same path, we should walk together. If you are willing, you can come with me. Boom! All the swordsmen present trembled. They didn't expect that Yi Fei would share the secret of the sword wall with them. Their hearts were filled with gratitude, but at the same time, they felt ashamed. How could such a magnanimous person be someone who would avoid a battle? Obviously, everyone had misunderstood this Yi Jian. Yi Jian, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. A swordsman took the lead and walked towards the stairs of light. The other swordsmen followed, as if they were on a pilgrimage. They were extremely excited. In the void, the old man rubbed his eyes again. Then he stroked his beard and smiled. He praised, I was wrong. Although this kid is a little shameless, he still has some magnanimity and courage. Gradually, the old man began to change his view of Yi Fei. In front of the sword wall, Yi Fei smiled. His mind was spinning rapidly. The appearance of the stairs of light on the sword wall is too coincidental. It's as if someone is purposely luring me to the sword wall to solve the mystery. Although Sister Sword Spirit won't harm me, it's better to be careful. It's better to be generous and let these friends go in first. As he thought to himself, Yi Fei became more and more patient. He only kept the invincible sword token when the last person walked up the stairs of light. The last person walked up the sword wall. Yi Fei's action naturally won the praise of the swordsmen. They all sighed inwardly. Yi Jian was really a magnanimous person. No one noticed that after they disappeared into the sword wall, an old man appeared in the void. His body was transparent as he directly passed through the sword wall and secretly followed them. No one noticed that on a hill further away, there were two outer sword palace disciples who were staring at the cracked sword wall, and Yi Fei and company who had walked into the sword wall with their mouths agape. Of course, they didn't see the old man. It was as if the old man didn't exist. However, they clearly saw the entire process of Yi Fei entering the sword wall. They also unexpectedly discovered that there was another world within the sword wall. The two of them didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly sent the news to Xue Qianqiu with their fastest speed. At this moment, it was coincidentally the moment when Xue Qianqiu broke through the last mountain gate. When he broke through the mountain gate and destroyed the divine image that Feng Yun had left in his heart, Xue Qianqiu's entire person was like a sharpened divine sword. His aura tore through the heavens and earth, forming a special sword soul that shone brightly. It was the space-rending sword soul. Qianqiu, congratulations. Not only did you dissolve Feng Yun's ability, you have also taken a step further and condensed a complete sword soul. You will definitely obtain a good ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation this time. Lanyi was as gentle as water as she walked to Xue Qianqiu's side. Xue Qianqiu's sword qi instantly dissipated. Like a graceful, noble young master, he gently stroked Lanyi's hair and said, "It's a pity that I heard that Feng Yun has already broken through to the half-step divine lord realm. I won't be able to compete with him on the Earth Carnage Proclamation this time." "That's right. How is that Yi Fei? Did you bring him to see me?" "No, that Yi Fei is too cunning. He knew that you wanted to challenge him, so he purposely avoided you. When we left, he secretly hid behind the sword wall and even used the sword leader token to barge into the sword wall," Lanyi said with some vexation. Jian Sansheng and Ma Fang's expressions were very ugly. They said angrily together, "It's fine that Yi Fei was afraid of the battle, but he even tricked us. I'm afraid that he had some fortuitous encounter inside the sword wall." Fortuitous encounter? Xue Qianqiu's handsome expression suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. "No matter what fortuitous encounter he had, after he avoided my challenge and escaped into the sword wall, he had already lost. Since this person is unable to be my opponent, then let him be a completely dead man." Lanyi's and Jian Sansheng's expressions changed. Those who were familiar with Xue Qianqiu knew that the more brilliant Xue Qianqiu's smile was, the more it proved the fury in Xue Qianqiu's heart. Chapter 2398. Entering the sword catacomb, they entered the sword wall and stepped onto the stairs of light. There was a vast land in the distance. There were all kinds of ancient swords on the ground. Some were as big as mountains, some were as thin as a ruler, and some were glowing with divine light. It was obvious that they were supreme, treasured swords. There were also some swords that were broken and dark, but they were filled with murderous intent. What is this place? How can there be such a magnificent land in the Sword Gate? Some swordsmen exclaimed. They were all sword fanatics, and they had spent months or years in the sword wall comprehending the Tao. However, they had never imagined that there would be such a world of swords within the sword wall. This should be the 1,000-sword catacomb that Sir Godnyo Hao mentioned before. Yi Fei secretly speculated. Swordsmen love swords. Many swordsmen would have the custom of burying their swords before they died. However, to be able to bury thousands of swords with a piece of heaven and earth, that was something that only the powerful human ancestor could do. Yi Fei looked at the sword catacomb. His entire mind could feel the vast will of the sword calling to him. He was not the only one who could feel it. All swordsmen could feel it. It was just a matter of how strong or weak they were. However, everyone present was a pure swordsman. Their faces echoed with the sword mound, and everyone was moved. It is said that many of the swords in the 1,000-sword mound are not only precious treasures, but each sword contains the strongest martial skills of a swordsman. Whoever obtains these swords will be able to obtain the true inheritance of swordsmanship. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rush in. Haven't we been waiting for such an opportunity for so many years? There were already people who could not wait and rushed into the sword catacomb. Some of the calmer people, such as Yi Fei, stood where they were and watched them enter. Boom! As these people crossed the stairs of light and stepped into the land, the entire sword catacomb was suddenly filled with sword radiance. The sky was filled with endless sword rain and sword clouds, and the ground was filled with violent, divine sword radiance. There were hundreds of divine swords in total. They shone brightly and attacked the people who dared to step into the sword catacomb. After all, after the master of the divine sword died, these divine swords were considered dead. They slept here and were not disturbed by the outside world. And once someone stepped into the sword mound, the sword of eternal rest would go berserk. Anyone who stepped into the sword tomb would be attacked. A slightly weaker swordsman subconsciously wanted to retreat back to the stairs of light when he saw this. However, he was shocked to find that once he stepped out of the stairs of light, he could not step back into it. The people who had stepped into the sword tomb first were all trapped inside. They could only roar and use everything they had learned to resist the whistling sword light. The expressions of the swordsmen who were still on the stairs of light became serious. Almost at the same time, they looked at Yi Fei. Yi Jian, what do you think? Is this a trap or a test? It's not a trap. Yi Fei shook his head. If it was a trap, they should have alerted all the divine swords when they entered. But up until now, they have only alerted a few dozen sword lights. There were even more divine swords that were still slumbering. However, the bodies of the swords were faintly emitting dangerous light. Seeing these lights, the warriors who had followed and were very excited. As expected of Yi Jian, his knowledge is indeed extraordinary. This indeed does not look like a trap. Instead, it looks like some kind of test. Someone nodded and voiced his opinion. Then let's go in and participate in this test to improve our sword Dao. Those who were not useless and stayed on the sword wall to meditate were true sword fanatics. How could they not be excited when they came to the real Thousand Sword Tomb? There was no need for Yi Fei to say anything. These calm swordsmen finally rushed out of the light ladder with fanatical expressions and rushed into the Thousand Sword Tomb. But every swordsman who rushed out looked at Yi Fei with grateful eyes. Yi Jian, many thanks. If not for Yi Fei, how could they enter the Thousand Sword Tomb? Yi Fei was extremely embarrassed. Only the heavens knew that he had let these people in to use them as scouts. In the end, he had received the sincere gratitude of all the swordsmen. They treated me with sincerity. How can I betray them? Forget it. It's just the Thousand Sword Tomb. I will step in and fight it. Yi Fei's expression was resolute. If they were sincere, then he would be sincere. The sincerity of these swordsmen had moved him. Yi Fei was no longer standing at the back. Instead, he joined the others in rushing out of the staircase of light and into the sword necropolis. What happened next almost caused Yi Fei to cough up blood. When others entered the sword necropolis, they would at most awaken 100 divine swords. That was the limit. But when he entered, all of the divine swords in the sword necropolis were awakened. Boom! The entire Thousand Sword Tomb was filled with violent swords and boundless sword light. A translucent elder stood there like the king of swords, overlooking the land. Let's fight. Unleash all of your sword Daos. This isn't just a test for the sword master. It's also my acknowledgement of you. Rumble. Divine sword light filled the sky like a storm or a waterfall. There were even divine swords that stirred up hurricanes, formed sword auras, turned into ferocious beasts, and evolved into gods and demons. All kinds of sword light and different sword Daos bloomed like 100 flowers. They were completely presented before the eyes of the crowd, intoxicating them and captivating them. To be able to see such sword Dao in my life, I can die without regrets. Some sword fanatics shouted in joy. They were not frightened by the battle array. Instead, they rushed towards the terrifying sword light. Yi Fei's face twitched. How long would he have to fight with so many swords? Moreover, these people had treated him with sincerity. How could he let them die here? If the swords are strong, the indestructible sword token will only be stronger. 10,000 swords, back off. Yi Fei's heavenly palace godly soul suddenly stood up from the emperor's throne and raised the indestructible sword token. The sword token immediately shone brightly, like a destructive nebula, sweeping across the land. Feeling the aura emitted by the undying sword token, the howling and berserk 10,000 swords suddenly became hesitant in the air, as if they were subjects meeting their emperor. The bodies of the swords hummed, but they didn't dare to come within 100 steps of Yi Fei, because within 100 steps was the might of the sword token. Ordinary divine swords wouldn't dare to encroach. The accompanying swordsmen were also shocked by this strange scene. Suddenly, someone gently reached out and grabbed the divine sword closest to him. Then his body shook violently. There's a Tao Lord level, sword Tao mystique hidden within this divine sword. Heavens, this sword hides the inheritance of a half-step divine lord. These swordsmen all went crazy. They didn't have time to think about why the sword light had stopped. They just happily reached out to grab the sword light that had stopped. Yi Fei also curiously grabbed a complete divine sword. It was actually a 5th-rank divine sword. The divine materials used to forge it were even slightly stronger than the black iron-heavy sword. It's a pity that this is a light sword. It's suitable for women, but not for me. Yi Fei tried it out. It was not easy to use, so he casually threw it away and no longer paid attention to it. Seeing how Yi Fei was wasting the beast mark space, the dragon turtle was heartbroken. It couldn't help but open its black mouth. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to swallow all the immobile divine swords without distinguishing between good and bad. Chapter 2399. The dragon turtle was captured. One had to know that the old man's original intention was to use the slumbering swords in the 1,000-sword tomb to stimulate the fighting spirit of Yi Fei and the others, and to test their swordsmanship. However, Yi Fei immediately took advantage of the situation when he saw that there were too many swords. He actually used the indestructible sword token to suppress the other swords. Not only were these swords unable to move, the old man was so angry that he stomped his feet. What happened next made the old man suspect that a robber had broken in, especially when the dragon turtle tried to collect the swords and take them away. It completely enraged the old man. That rascal is shameless, but that black turtle is even more shameless. How can I let you guys get the sword master's approval so easily? Where's the monarch's sword? Boom! Inside the sword tomb, a brilliant sword was suddenly awakened from its slumber. That sword was as big as a door, and it was filled with killing intent. It was obviously a terrifying sword. The moment it appeared, the imperishable sword token suddenly emitted a dangerous emotion, as if it was giving out a warning. Yi Fei's face changed. What's going on? The imperishable sword spirit seemed to be afraid just now. Not good. The other swords seemed to be breaking free from the imperishable sword token's control. Rumble. As the monarch's sword emitted a fierce aura, the countless swords in the sky above the sword tomb suddenly broke free from the imperishable sword token's control and became even more violent. Just as a swordsman was about to grab a sword with his hand, the sword suddenly emitted a boundless sword light. This sword light pierced through the swordsman's hand and through his left chest. It was only a centimeter away from his heart. The other swordsmen were shocked. However, those who could enter the sword gate were all young geniuses recognized by the sword palace. These swordsmen didn't panic in the face of danger. As they retreated, they protected their injured comrade and waved at Yi Fei. Yi Jiankui, come over here. This sword tomb is strange. It's not strange. Rather, someone is deliberately targeting us. Yi Fei's face was as calm as still water. He looked at the slovenly Taoist who walked out from the swords. The Taoist was faintly discernible and almost transparent. The other swordsmen could not see him except for Yi Fei and Xiao Chao. The dragon turtle was also very alert. When it heard Yi Fei's tone, the dragon turtle did not say another word. It carried the dozens of divine swords and planned to run back into the beastmark space. But in the next moment, an invisible hand suddenly appeared in front of the dragon turtle with the power to suppress the world. Break! Yi Fei roared. His black iron heavy sword suddenly erupted with intense divine sword light and smashed towards the palm in the void. However, with just a light slap, that palm had already blocked the black iron heavy sword attack. At the same time, his other hand reached out and slapped the dragon tortoise away. At the same time, he grabbed the dragon tortoise's tail and flew into the boundless void. Roar! In the void, the dragon turtle's roar of fear could be heard. The feeling of being unknowingly grabbed by someone almost made the dragon turtle faint. Squeak! Xiao Qiao also became anxious. Yi Fei's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he threw away his sword and punched out. The dazzling fist radiance turned into a purplish gold star and smashed into the void in an attempt to save the dragon turtle. It's useless. Your sword is still too weak. If you want to save this turtle, then don't play tricks. Use your true abilities to pass the Swordmaster's test. I'll give you half a year to condense the undying sword soul. Otherwise, I won't be polite and will slaughter this turtle and eat it. Roar. The elder did not finish his words. The dragon turtle was already trembling in fear. With tears in its eyes, it desperately begged Yi Fei for help. However, Yi Fei could not save the dragon turtle at all. This was because when the elder spoke, he suddenly pointed his sword at the void. Above the void, countless divine swords slashed down as if they were enraged. Yi Fei's expression also became extremely cold at this moment. I don't care who you are. Leave the dragon turtle behind before you scram. The punch was just a feint. Yi Fei's true trump card was the Ghost Emperor Cauldron that appeared in his other hand. This cauldron could kill Dao Lords and block a half-step Divine Lord. When the cauldron was thrown out, the whistling Divine swords were smashed into a huge vortex by Yi Fei. However, such a terrifying attack could not hurt the Elder in the void. The Elder only glanced at the Ghost Emperor Cauldron in surprise. Then, he pointed his sword at the Ghost Emperor Cauldron again. The Ghost Emperor Cauldron let out a loud boom. The strong rebound force made Yi Fei vomit blood and fall from the void. Little fella, you're weak, but you have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, all of them are useless in the Ninth Heaven Sword Wall. If you want to take revenge on me, you'll have to obediently pass the Sword Wall's test with your own abilities. The Elder's figure gradually disappeared. The dragon turtle also disappeared. The other swordsmen did not even realize what was going on. They only saw a fat black turtle run out from Yi Fei's body. When it was collecting the divine swords, it was suddenly swatted away. Then, as if its tail had been grabbed, it flew into the void and disappeared. What's going on? Yi Jin seemed to be fighting with something just now. The swordsmen were very confused. However, Yi Fei did not explain. After all, the indestructible sword token and the Ghost Emperor Cauldron were his secrets. However, the dragon turtle's capture still made Yi Fei's mood extremely bad. In the beast mark space, Xiao Qiao hugged the black pot left behind by the dragon turtle and burst into tears. After all, the dragon turtle was so fat. If it was caught, it was very likely that it would end up on the dining table. Xiao Qiao suddenly regretted letting the dragon turtle eat too many magnetite. After losing the dragon turtle, Yi Fei's heart also felt empty. However, when he remembered that the elder had given him a deadline of half a year, Yi Fei forced himself to cheer up. He comforted Xiao Qiao and said, "Xiao Qiao, don't worry. Within half a year, I will definitely save the dragon turtle." Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao raised his red eyes from crying and gestured uncertainly. The dragon turtle was so fat. Could it really last for half a year? Yi Fei suddenly did not know how to comfort him. He even felt the same worry as Xiao Qiao. However, he did not know that the dragon turtle, who was being held in the void, was so scared that it almost peed its pants. After entering the void, the elder directly grabbed the dragon turtle and placed it on a mountain. The mountain was like a cauldron. It looked very much like a big pot. At this moment, the elder sized up the dragon turtle with interest. A little turtle with the bloodline of a rank 8 demon dragon, and it's so fat. Just by looking at it, it looks very smooth. It must taste very good when eaten. Roar! The dragon turtle's face turned ashen. It cried and fell on its back on the spot, fainting from fright. However, the old man acted as if he did not see it. He continued to speak. No wonder this old man was following the Yi Fei. I kept having the feeling that there was a peculiar gaze on his body that was also staring back at this old man. That gaze was you, little turtle, right? The dragon turtle did not answer and continued to play dead. It was very dead and looked very stiff. The elder did not mind. He just found a big pot in front of the dragon turtle and prepared firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He also prepared a very heavy iron plow. He looked at the dragon turtle with a faint smile. Little turtle, are you dead? If you are dead, you can put it in the pot now. If you're not dead, you can exercise a little. You should exercise your muscles and bones first. You have 3 breaths of time to decide. Chapter 2400. Black Gold Emperor's sword. When the dragon tortoise was taken away, a large group of people had arrived outside the sword wall. The person in the lead had a powerful sword chi and a brilliant sword soul that was like a sharp blade that tore through the void. Many of the arrogant young geniuses were secretly shocked and then in awe. This person was none other than Xue Qianxiu. Behind him was Jian Sansheng, the crown prince of the sword country. Behind them were their girlfriends, Lanyi and Ma Fong. Many of the outer sword palace's disciples had already surrounded the sword wall, not allowing anyone to escape. When they saw Xue Qianxiu coming over, their faces were filled with respect as they saluted loudly. Greetings, Chief Sword Xue. Isn't the sword chief Yi Fei? Why did it suddenly become Xue Qianxiu? A young genius from the 10,000 Sword City was puzzled. He had personally seen Yi Fei's heroic figure when he passed the sword pagoda. When senior brother Xue issued a challenge. Not only did Yi Fei run away in fear, he even played a little trick and used the sword chief token to escape into the sword wall. How can such a coward be worthy of being called a sword chief? The disciples outside the sword palace sneered. Many of the young geniuses nodded. Even if Yi Fei isn't as good as Xue Qianxiu, it's still an honorable loss. Why is he running away? Maybe he wants to rely on the fortuitous encounter in the sword wall to turn the tables. Some people secretly thought. In front of the sword wall, Xue Qianxiu stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the sword wall coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. Inside the sword wall, 10,000 swords whistled like a storm, like a raging wind, like a landslide, like a tsunami, like vicious beasts galloping, like heaven and earth overturning, like the sun and moon hanging upside down. All sorts of terrifying sword Dao abhijanas exploded from the 10,000 swords, filling the void with boundless abhijanas. Facing these abhijanas, Yi Fei silently put away the invincible sword token. The black light of the black iron-heavy sword appeared in his hand. That elder most likely attacked me because I used the imperishable sword token to suppress the 10,000 swords and violated the rules of the sword wall. Moreover, the sword master that the elder spoke of is most likely the 9-heaven sword master. Since I know this, I don't have to worry about the dragon turtle's safety for the time being. As long as I can break through this sword catacomb and condense the true, undying sword soul. Yi Fei's expression became resolute. He began to take large strides towards the howling sword light. Without the suppression of the indestructible sword token, all kinds of sword lights, like an army of swords, crazily stabbed towards Yi Fei. At this moment, the black iron-heavy sword also exploded with a shocking light of desolation, destroying these divine abilities and cutting down these divine swords. However, there were simply too many swords in the sword catacomb. After a wave of sword lights was neutralized, even stronger sword lights formed a waterfall of swords that whistled through the air. Seeing this, a fierce killing intent suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body. The aura of the bloody battle intent also appeared, causing the swordsman present to be secretly shocked. Yi Jiankui actually has another type of abhijanas other than his sword soul. This is very normal. For example, the top 10 of the sword palace all have abhijanas other than the sword Dao. The reason is that it's easy to comprehend abhijanas, but difficult to condense sword souls. Without a deep understanding of the sword Dao, it's very difficult to condense a complete sword soul, even if you break through to become a Dao Lord. Strictly speaking, sword souls were a type of martial Dao that was even stronger than abhijanas. It wasn't that easy to comprehend. It's said that Xue Qianxiu, the number 1 of the outer sword palace, had already reached the critical point of completely condensing his sword soul before entering the sword gate. I wonder how long Yi Jiankui will take to reach that step. A swordsman sighed. They were all sword fanatics. Along the way, Yi Fei's actions had undoubtedly won their approval. Look, Yi Jiankuei has drawn his sword. Suddenly, another swordsman shouted. Everyone looked up, but they couldn't see the sword light. They only saw a vast sea of blood that covered the sky. This was the light of the sword of slaughter. Once the sword was drawn, gods and demons would fall, and all life would be destroyed. This was accompanied by a shocking explosion. Suddenly, hundreds of whistling swords were shattered by the sword light of the sword of slaughter. They fell into the sea of blood and lost their ferocious power. However, Yi Fei didn't even look at them. He just continued forward. After all, the swords in the sword catacomb were ownerless swords. The abijnas they released were all instinctive. Although the abijnas of these swords are powerful, it's a pity that no one is controlling them. They're too mechanical and inflexible. Flames flickered behind Yi Fei's back and condensed into the azure dragon wings. It made him as fast as a divine dragon. He was swift and fierce, and his movements were ever-changing. The whistling swords kept passing by him. They released their abijnas, but they couldn't hit Yi Fei's rapidly dodging figure. At the same time, the two Taiji sword cauldrons behind Yi Fei emitted a dim light. They transformed into the 8 trigrams door and appeared behind Yi Fei, helping him block the abijnas that came from the side. However, there were simply too many divine swords in the sword catacomb. Even though these divine swords could only instinctively unleash the might of a heavenly lord, 100 heavenly lords were enough to injure a Tao Lord. 1,000 heavenly lords were enough to kill a Tao Lord. If there were 10,000 heavenly lords, the power would be unimaginable. A moment ago, Yi Fei's blood sea was still surging. In the next moment, the blood sea suddenly collapsed. The Taiji collapsed, and cracks appeared on the sword cauldrons. Endless abijnas transformed into thick pillars of light that continuously blasted Yi Fei. Just as these swordsmen thought that Yi Fei would turn around and retreat, Yi Fei suddenly made a move. He didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward at an even faster speed, dodging the numerous abijnas. His body burned with purple-gold flames that soared into the sky. Golden body of despair. Boom, boom, boom. Even though he couldn't dodge, dozens of abijnas still blasted Yi Fei's body. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, he increased his speed and rushed towards the deepest part of the sword catacomb. The purple-gold light on his body burned like flames and shone like stars. The dozen swordsmen were stunned. They were all sword fanatics. Naturally, they could tell that Yi Fei's every move was extraordinary, especially the golden body of despair at the end. It shocked them to their core. He ignored mystiques and barged in. This Yi Jian is simply invincible. Why do I feel that he's more worthy of our expectations than Xue Qinxiu? At the very least, Xue Qinxiu wouldn't have allowed them to enter after opening the sword catacomb. Just this magnanimity alone made these swordsmen admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, if these swordsmen knew that Yi Fei had invited them in not only to show them his magnanimity, but also to let them scout the way, they would definitely gnash their teeth in anger. Because they didn't know, these swordsmen were already admiring Yi Fei's invincible figure to a certain extent. Suddenly, they cheered in surprise. Look, Yi Jian has broken through the blockade of the sword catacomb's divine swords. Relying on the golden body of despair, Yi Fei didn't just break through the blockade. In fact, he even passed through the sword catacomb under the watchful eyes of the swordsmen and entered a wider world. This world was actually a strange battlefield. The entire battlefield was filled with all sorts of scars left behind by divine swords. In the middle of the battlefield, there was a black gold divine sword floating. Yi Fei almost thought that it was another indestructible sword token. Chapter 24:01. A priestess is leisurely. This is the sword embryo of the indestructible sword token. Yi Fei looked at the black gold divine sword, and a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. However, when it sensed this thought, The indestructible sword token suddenly emitted a strange emotion, as if it was acknowledging him. This made Yi Fei even more excited. The Nine Skies sword wall, the mysterious elder, and the black gold sword that exuded the might of an emperor. He felt that he was getting closer to finding the Nine Skies swordmaster. Fight! Yi Fei's fighting spirit burned like fire. His sword Qi was like light. With a strong conviction, he walked into the battlefield with his head held high. He then walked towards the floating black gold emperor's sword. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. Stop! The sword of the commoners. 1 slash with every step. The sword of the dukes. 1 kill with every 10 steps. The sword of the emperor. 1 slay with every 100 steps. Offending the emperor's prestige is a crime punishable by death. A loud and clear sound resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was the sound of a sword that the black gold emperor's sword had produced. Hearing this sword sound, Xiao Chao's eyes widened in surprise. Strictly speaking, the sword in front of her had already gained sentience. It completely met the standards of the spirit immortal tribe and had transformed into a spirit. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. Could it be that you were the one who controlled the 10,000 swords to attack me? Are you the 9 heavens swordmaster, the one who forged the emperor's sword? Dong! As he spoke, Yi Fei took a step forward, ignoring the sound of the sword and stepping within 100 steps. The entire black gold monarch sword also seemed to have its reverse scale touched. The vast emperor's might made the 10,000 swords in the sword mound tremble in fear. Suddenly, a horrifying sword light appeared in the sky, tearing the sky and shattering the void. The monarch sword is just an inanimate object. Without its owner, how can you kill me? Yi Fei's expression was cold. He wielded his dark steel heavy sword and slashed out. This was the dark steel heavy sword, also known as the Sword of Solitude. The entire sky was filled with Sword of Solitude, filling the void and annihilating every single mystique. The light of the black gold emperor's sword suddenly dimmed, and the sword light disappeared. Only the black gold emperor's sword itself gave off a furious cry. Emperor's Fury, boundless sword domain. Boom! The entire battlefield suddenly went berserk. It was as though space was being folded. Yi Fei seemed to have passed through time and space. He went from one space-time to another space-time. This space-time was the sword domain, which was even more mysterious than the sword soul. At this moment, there was a woman in the sword domain. Her back was facing Yi Fei, and she was quietly dancing. The woman was actually performing a sword dance. Although it was just a dance, Yi Fei was dazzled and almost went crazy. The reason for that was because the sword dance was simply too powerful. Every single dance, every single sword movement, it was as if the world was spinning, as if the sun and moon were being reconstructed. The sun shone brightly, the moon shone brightly, the stars twinkled, and the Milky Way shone. Suddenly, a mysterious singing voice drifted into his ears. That woman was dancing with her sword, suddenly singing. That song also contained an intense sword melody that shook the heavens and earth. It was like a battle between generals, a battle between two armies. Just by hearing that voice, Yi Fei felt as if his soul was about to collapse. For the first time, he knew that a song and dance could be so terrifying. Stop dancing. What kind of song and dance is this? Yi Fei couldn't help but shout. Unconsciously, he also instinctively used the sword melody. This sword sound finally alerted the woman in the song and dance. The woman's figure gradually became clear. She was an extraordinary beauty in white. She had no makeup, only a faint blush. There was no decoration, only a red ribbon, and her hair was casually tied up in a ponytail. 9 Heaven Swordmaster, are you the Sword Soul's sister? Seeing this woman, Yi Fei's mind exploded. He had interacted with the 9 Heavens Swordmaster's consciousness before. He was all too familiar with the 9 Heavens Swordmaster. Swordmaster? You got the wrong person. I'm not the Swordmaster. My master is the Swordmaster, Swordmaster Ling Tian. I'm Si Yuran, the daughter of the sword master and the successor of the sword palace. Ignoring Yi Fei, Si Yuran finished speaking and continued to dance with her sword. Her dance was even more beautiful and powerful. In Yi Fei's eyes, this was no longer a dance, but an extremely brilliant sword move. Every move pierced the heart and took a life. Pooh! After seeing a few of the moves, Yi Fei could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He hurriedly closed his eyes, no longer wanting to watch this terrifying dance. The heavens have spirits, the sword has souls. The sword has souls, the spirit lives forever. Suddenly, a melodious, singing voice entered his ears. It was pleasing to the eye, like a beautiful young lady practicing her sword under the moonlight. Her posture was myriad, but in Yi Fei's ears, this voice was like the killing intent of a sword. In a trance, he felt like he had fallen into a terrifying battlefield. Around him, there was the sound of drums. Everywhere there was fighting and shouting. Suddenly, a golden-armored divine general roared at Yi Fei. A true man should die. Under my command, there is no coward. Slash! The divine general brandished his sword and slashed down. Yi Fei was suddenly jolted awake. He was shocked to find that he had fallen into the ranks of the fleeing soldiers and was being carried away. It was no wonder the divine general was angry. The battle ahead was intense, but he had become a deserter. Wait, I'm not a deserter. I'm Yi Fei. I'm the leader of the swords. Kill. Boom. A strong fighting spirit soared into the sky. The moment Yi Fei realized that he had fallen into the sword domain illusion, he instinctively struck out with his sword. However, he did not have a sword in his hand. All around him were deserters. They had abandoned their helmets and armor. Without any weapons, how could they have a sword? And without a sword, how could he display his sword Dao? Bam! The divine general's sword light whistled through the air. The ground was stained with blood, and the deserters screamed. All the deserters who retreated were decapitated, and their corpses fell to the ground. Yi Fei also felt a sharp pain in his chest. In a hurry, he used the golden body of despair and lowered his body to roll. He was afraid that the divine general's sword would cut him in half. The divine general's eyes, under the divine general's golden helmet, erupted with even more intense divine might when he failed to kill Yi Fei. You're strong, but you don't fight. What's the point of keeping such a defeated soldier? Slash. Boom. Another sword light slashed down furiously. Yi Fei's face turned extremely pale. The sword light just now was not very strong. It was at most a mid-stage Dao Lord's attack. The golden body of despair should have been able to block it without suffering any damage. However, the truth was that his golden body was shattered and he was hit by the sword. There's only one possibility. This sword domain can not only trap me in an illusion, but it can also weaken my combat strength in the illusion. Kill. Thinking of this, Yi Fei roared again and suddenly used the Taiji sword cauldrons. The two sword cauldrons formed the 8 trigrams Taiji and charged forward. The result was as he expected. The 2 Taiji sword cauldrons were no match for the divine general's weak sword. With a series of explosions, the 2 sword cauldrons shattered at the same time. Another sword light slashed toward Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression instantly turned unsightly. At the critical moment, he could only use the Azure Dragon wings. His body left afterimages as he continuously dodged and retreated. Finally, he barely managed to avoid the fatal sword. However, just as he retreated, several soldiers who were fighting in front of him suddenly turned around and stabbed at Yi Fei with their spears. Chapter 24:02 Heaven and Earth Changes, Sword Spirit Never Dies Pooh. The divine spears pierced through his bones, and intense pain assaulted him. Yi Fei's vision turned black. His chest had already been pierced through by numerous divine spears, leaving behind ghastly wounds. This black gold Emperor's sword is not as simple as an illusion. In this illusion, if I am injured, I am really injured. If I am killed, I am really dead? Boom! This discovery greatly exceeded Yi Fei's expectations. From the Earth domain to the Heaven domain, he had experienced countless illusions. No matter how strong or weak they were, the illusions themselves did not have the ability to kill. However, the illusions created by the Black Gold Emperor's sword with the help of serene were different. This illusion could kill a cultivator's physical body. Yifei did not know whether he was in an illusion or in reality. However, the intense pain in his chest told him that he could not die. At the very least, he could not die here without knowing what was going on. Kill! Yifei roared loudly. He ignored the intense pain from the divine spears piercing through his body. Suddenly, his body retreated violently. The divine spears that had pierced through his body followed Yifei's retreat, increasing the distance between them. The intense pain caused Yifei's vision to turn black. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifei's body finally leaned against the divine weapons that had launched a sneak attack on him. Without any hesitation, his large hands suddenly grabbed two of the divine weapons and threw them forward. At this moment, the divine general's sword light landed. However, this sword light did not hit Yifei. Instead, it sliced the two divine weapons that Yifei had thrown forward into two. This action caused the divine general to be thoroughly enraged. "Thou shalt be killed." Boom! An even stronger sword light surged forward. Behind Yifei, the remaining divine weapons realized his intentions and retreated in an orderly manner. They did not want to be grabbed by Yifei and used as meat shields again. Cold sweat also appeared on Yifei's forehead. What should I do? In this dreamland, my strength is greatly weakened. However, there are so many immortal generals and immortal weapons around me. I can't keep dodging. I have to find a way to break this dreamland and kill this immortal general. Normally, Yifei had many ways to kill a Lord of Heaven Realm divine general. He could easily do it with the indestructible sword token, the Ghost Emperor Cauldron, the Sword of Slaughter, or the Solitary Sword. However, he had to have a treasure or a sword in his hands. However, due to the threat of the mysterious elder, Yifei could no longer use the indestructible sword soul and the Ghost Emperor Cauldron's power. Once he used them, the dragon turtle might be in danger. However, if he did not use them, Yifei might be killed by the divine general in this illusion. Is a sword dance and a sword song going to bury me in this sword catacomb? Yifei roared in his heart. He was furious and unwilling to accept this. If he had a sword in his hand, even if it was the most ordinary sword, he would be able to kill this ghost general and break this illusion. However, he did not have a sword. He could not sense a sword either. Am I going to die just like this? The sword light in front of him was getting closer and closer. The sword light was so pure and perfect. Yifei had only seen this kind of sword light from two people in his life. One was the Nine Heaven Sword Master, Serene. The other was the Sword Maniac Elder. As a swordsman, I have to die under the sword of another. The old Master Jin must be very disappointed, right? Yifei smiled bitterly. In his days, he felt as if he had returned to the Taishan Holy Land in the Earth Domain and the Sword Peak. On the Sword Peak, there was an elder with his back to him. He said in a deafening voice, "Yifei, where is your sword?" That was the first time the old Master Jin had met him on the Sword Peak. Yifei had not been able to answer his question back then. However, just as death was approaching and the sword light was about to reach him, Yifei's confused heart suddenly produced a shocking answer. "Old Master Jin, I understand now. My sword is in my heart and in my hands. No one can take my sword away from me, because I am the sword, and the sword is me." The sword came. Boom! As death approached, Yifei's thunderous roar suddenly resounded in the void. He stretched out his hand. There was no sword in his hand, but there was a shocking sword light. He opened his eyes. There was no sword in his eyes, but there was a shocking sword light. He took a step forward. There was no sword under his feet, but there was a shocking sword light. Yifei finally understood that the sword had always been with him. It had always been in his heart. The stronger my heart is, the stronger my sword is. Yifei muttered himself. The sword light in his hand turned into an endless sea of blood. It slashed forward, swallowing the divine generals and the surrounding divine weapons. In the end, the light of the sword of slaughter tore through the void and slashed towards Yuran, who was dancing in the middle of the battlefield. Yuran did not seem to feel the approach of death. She continued to dance. Her dance was like a magnificent sword. Her sword was like a song. It was as magnificent as a song. Looking at the dance and listening to the song, Yifei suddenly did not feel any aggression. There was only admiration and admiration in his eyes. I'm not as good as the old Master Jian. I'm not as good as the Nine Heaven Sword Master. Their swordsmanship is first and second in the world. I can only be considered third at best. Yifei waved his hand. The sea of blood in the sky disappeared. The sword light that was slashing toward the Nine Heavens Sword Master also disappeared. Sister Sword Spirit, I have learned something. He bowed. Yuran also stopped her sword dance. She looked at Yifei in surprise. You call me sister. I don't remember having a younger brother like you. You fell into my sword domain and almost self-destructed. You came out. Why didn't you kill me? Because I am indebted to Sister Sword Spirit. Without you, I would not be where I am today. I can kill anyone, but I can't kill you, even if you were just an illusion. Yifei's expression was very serious. However, Yuran burst into laughter. Her smile was like a sword, bright and pure. She seriously sized up Yifei and said, although I don't understand what you're talking about, you're a very interesting person. Since you're able to watch my sword dance without dying, I'll give you a sentence. Heaven and earth may change, but the sword's soul will never be destroyed. I am not your Sister Sword Spirit. Your Sister Sword Spirit has always been in your heart. Those ordinary words hid an astonishing power. Hearing those words, Yifei's entire body abruptly came to a complete stop. His soul and profound strength seemed to have come to a standstill, as if time and space had stopped. However, his sword way and his sword soul were like blazing flames, burning brighter and brighter, burning more and more vigorously. Heaven and earth may change, but the sword spirit will never be destroyed. What is a sword? I am a sword. What is a sword spirit? The thoughts in my heart are my sword spirit. Old Master Jian, I finally understand how to condense my undying sword spirit. Boom! Chapter 24:03. Sword Soul, duel the sword chi on Yifei's body grew stronger and stronger. It was like a ray of light that had existed since ancient times. It was filled with majesty and pressure. Suddenly, he raised his hand. In his hand, there was a deep sword soul light. That was the sword light of the undying sword soul. It tore apart the illusion and collapsed the sword domain. He returned to the Nine Heaven Sword Rampart and returned to the familiar battlefield. In the middle, the sword embryo of the undying sword token, the black gold emperor's sword, floated. At this moment, the sword was shocked. It even faintly trembled. Undying sword soul. Impossible. In this world, other than Yuran, how can there be a second person who has comprehended the undying sword soul? I'll kill you. Brilliant black gold suddenly shot out from the black gold emperor's sword like a blazing ray of light. It would never allow Yifei to exist. It was an emperor, not a dead object that could be controlled by someone else. At this moment, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Yifei's face. Before I awakened my sword soul, you couldn't kill me. Now that I've awakened my complete, undying sword soul, do you think you can still hurt me? Undying sword token, slash. Kaboom! The heavens and earth were torn apart. The void shattered. The entire battlefield shook under the sword light in Yifei's hand. That was the light of the undying sword token, and also the light of the undying sword soul. When this light turned into a destructive sword light and slashed out, the black gold emperor's sword soul's light dimmed. The radiance of the black gold emperor's sword instantly dimmed. In the end, it was only the most primitive sword embryo of the indestructible sword token, while the one in Yifei's hand was the true indestructible sword token. Sensing danger, the black gold emperor's sword also let out a loud sword cry. It even attempted to activate the divine swords of the sword tomb to suppress Yi Fei. All of you stop. Yi Fei suddenly let out a cold cry. The blazing sword soul had already erupted from the imperishable sword medallion like an eternally inextinguishable light. All of the whistling divine swords once again came to a halt, and at this moment, the imperishable sword medallion's sword light completely pierced through the black gold Emperor's sword. Bang! Bang! In the end, the sword embryo, which had gained sentience, completely vanished. All that was left was a black gold divine sword. It fell to the ground and lost all its divine might. Even so, when Yi Fei picked it up, a mysterious message still appeared in his mind. The indestructible sword is bestowed upon the fated one. That was Si Yuren's voice. She had left behind the black gold Emperor's sword and a very powerful sword technique. It was a special sword technique that could be used up to the Renzu realm. Moreover, this sword technique did not require any cultivation. Yi Fei only needed to ignite his sword spirit to use it. What an amazing, imperishable sword technique. Could this be the sword of Renzu, created by the Nine Heavens sword master himself? What's even more terrifying is that the power of this sword art can gradually increase as the sword soul improves. Yi Fei closed his eyes and tried his best to deduce the contents of this sword art. He was shocked to discover that if he ignited his sword soul and released the indestructible sword, its power would be even stronger than his sword of slaughter. However, this sword art also has a flaw. That is, it can only be activated by the sword soul. It can't be activated by dark force. This means that it can only be used as a sure kill move. It can't be used as a long-term combat ability. After all, the sword soul was the foundation of a sword cultivator. If the sword soul was completely burned, then the sword cultivator's path of the sword would be half crippled. Only a sword cultivator who had a fortuitous encounter could condense a new sword soul. Then, Yi Fei tried to swing the black gold Emperor's sword in his hand. This sword was made of powerful materials. Although it was a woman's sword, it did not have the elegance of a woman. Instead, it was filled with the weight and dominance of a sword. Currently, it's not suitable for me to use the black gold Emperor's sword. I can leave the black gold Emperor's sword to Yi Shaochan. For now on, I will use this black gold Emperor's sword. Boom! Boom! He grabbed the sword hilt and stabbed it into the void. This sword was like the Emperor of Swords. With a command, all the swords in the sword tomb fell silent. They returned to the sword tomb and fell into a deep slumber. We survived. Inside the sword tomb, the swordsmen who had followed him and rejoiced that they had survived a calamity. After all, they were not Yi Fei. They did not have the strength to break through the 10,000 swords and subdue the Emperor's sword. However, they had gained a lot. Every sword in the sword tomb contained the mystique that the owner of the sword was most proficient in when he was alive. If they obtained it, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. However, Yi Fei did not plan to stay here. Instead, he decided to leave the sword wall as soon as possible to find the mysterious elder and rescue the dragon turtle. How long have I been in here? Within the sword domain, one did not know how much time had passed. Yi Fei also did not know how much time had passed. However, one of the swordsmen cupped his hands and said, "Yi Jiankui, it has been almost half a year since you entered. It has actually been so long. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get out of here immediately." Yi Fei's expression changed. The Ninth Heaven Sword Master's dance and song had caused half a year to pass. Such a sword Dao was too terrifying. It was a pity that he could learn that sword dance. Yi Fei shook his head. He raised the black gold Emperor's sword again and slashed at the barrier in front of him. The barrier shattered, and the light staircase out of the sword wall appeared once again. The swordsmen present heaved a sigh of relief. Although there were many opportunities in the sword tomb, there were also many dangers. Enduring for half a year was already their limit. When they saw the exit, they could not wait to follow Yi Fei out. Boom! Without a sound, the sword wall split open again. Yi Fei and company returned to the sword gate outside the sword wall. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the sword wall. Countless young geniuses were gathered here. Their gazes were all on one person. It was a snow-white figure standing proudly at the sword wall. This figure was Xue Qinxiu. Ever since Yi Fei entered the sword wall, Xue Qinxiu had been standing there for half a year. When Jian Sansheng and the others were getting impatient, only Xue Qinxiu remained extremely patient. This was because Xue Qinxiu knew that if he wanted to hunt the best prey, he had to be more patient than the prey. Finally, Xue Qinxiu saw the sword wall split open. A fierce sword chi with the power to split space was already directed at the sword wall. Wah! The swordsmen who walked out could not resist the powerful sword soul at all. They retreated one after another, screaming and vomiting blood. Yi Fei was infuriated. Even though he didn't have much of a relationship with these swordsmen, they had fought together in the sword catacomb. He took a step forwards, and a powerful sword chi appeared around his body. It was like a hurricane of destruction, and it collided with the sword chi. Then, Yi Fei felt his body shake. Xue Qinxiu, who had released his sword soul, looked past the crowd and fixed his gaze on Yi Fei. "You are Yi Fei, the new sword champion who passed the sword pagoda?" Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. This person could resist his undying sword soul and make Jian Sansheng follow him willingly. This person's identity was obvious. Chapter 2404. Battle with Xue Qinxiu. "You are the Xue Qinxiu who wanted to challenge me half a year ago." Yi Fei's eyes were filled with certainty. Even though it was only a clash of sword souls, he could already feel the strength of his opponent. Hearing this, Xue Qinxiu did not reply, but his eyes turned cold. Lan Yi was even more unconvinced. She walked forward and said, You want to cooperate with Qinxiu's challenge? Half a year ago, you hid from Qinxiu and did not dare to accept the challenge. In this half a year, we are gathered here to tell you that the title of Sword Chief does not suit you. Does not suit me? Does it suit you? Yi Fei sneered. He glanced at Lan Yi and finally looked at Xue Qinxiu. I am not afraid of the challenge, but the current me has more important things to do than fight with you. If you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you another day. Now, I am in a hurry. After saying this, Yi Fei lifted his foot and walked away, ignoring everyone present. This caused an uproar among the onlookers. Ma Fong suddenly said viciously, Yi Fei, you're afraid of death and cowardly of battle. You're not fit to be the sword chieftain. If you don't want to fight, then hand over your sword chieftain token and give all your gains from the sword wall to Xue Qinxiu. Only Xue Qinxiu is worthy of the title of sword chief. Sword chief, sword chief. Many disciples outside the sword palace cheered loudly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be furious and would not hesitate to fight to keep the title of sword chief. But in Yi Fei's ears, he only felt that these people were laughable. A person's strength is the strongest, not the so-called false reputation. Do you really think that I care about the title of sword chief? If you want it, then take it quickly. Swoosh. Yi Fei immediately tossed the sword leader token out. After all, this thing was a trap. Compared to wasting time with Xue Qinxiu, saving the dragon turtle was more important. Seeing Yi Fei easily toss out the sword leader token, Ma Fong suddenly didn't know how to curse him. Jian Sansheng also felt extremely upset. He had racked his brains to obtain this thing, but Yi Fei had simply tossed it away like a rag. This contrast made Jian Sansheng want to vomit blood. He quickly looked at Xue Qinxiu, but Xue Qinxiu didn't say a word. With a meaningful smile, he watched as Yi Fei walked past the crowd and headed towards the mountains. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, the sky shattered and the earth cracked. Xue Qinxiu's sword spirit roared like a demon god. He slashed down with his sword. His movements were fast and ruthless. He even stabbed directly at Yi Fei's Sky Palace spirit. Scram! I've said that I don't have the time to waste with you. Yi Fei didn't even turn his head. A terrifying destructive vortex had already erupted from his body, completely neutralizing Xue Qinxiu's sword chi. You are very strong, but there can only be one sword chief in the sword palace. The other must fall under the sword light. Imitating Shui Qinxiu, he finally opened his mouth and vaguely expressed his attitude. He wasn't here to challenge Yi Fei, but to kill Yi Fei. Shui Qinxiu couldn't tolerate that there was someone who surpassed him in the Sword Palace. At the same time, Yi Fei's action of entering the sword wall with the Sword Chief token had deeply angered him. One had to know that the black gold Emperor's sword in the sword wall was a godly sword that he was determined to obtain. It was also the key to his future challenge of Fengyan. Shui Qinxiu would never allow such a godly sword to fall into the hands of others. Therefore, Shui Qinxiu attacked. His sword tore through the void like a windstorm. It quickly slashed down and even cut the sky in half. Yi Fei's expression suddenly turned cold. With his battle experience, he could naturally sense the hidden killing intent from Shui Qinxiu. He understood that if he didn't deal with this person, he couldn't peacefully search for the mysterious elder and rescue the dragon turtle. Suddenly, the sword light on Yi Fei's body became violent. The black gold Emperor's sword whistled out. The moment the sword light appeared, everyone present who used a sword could clearly feel the terrifying pressure of the Emperor's sword. Jian Sanqing's face suddenly revealed a strong sense of jealousy. This uncultured peasant actually has such a godly sword. That's the black gold Emperor's sword. Rumor has it that this sword embryo was refined by the previous sword master, Sword Venerable Ling Tian. It's the king of swords. If Qinxiu can obtain it, he'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. He'll be able to challenge Feng Yun again and wash away his shame. Lan Yi's eyes were burning as she stared at the black gold Emperor's sword, and then at Shui Qinxiu. However, she saw that Shui Qinxiu was still as calm as ever. He needed the black gold Emperor's sword, but he wasn't greedy. Instead, he calmly attacked with his sword. His sword became faster and faster. The sound of space shattering could be heard everywhere. At the same time, these shattered spaces were used by Shui Qinxiu to form a tearing force that could tear space apart and attack Yi Fei. This was Shui Qinxiu's sword. His sword could tear space apart at any time and anywhere and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Even though he was furious, Yi Fei couldn't help but be moved. He was amazed by this person's talent in the way of the sword. However, I'm still the third sword in the world. I can lose in other aspects, but I definitely can't lose in the way of the sword. If my sword loses, it will be my heart. If my heart doesn't die, my sword spirit won't die. Tai Chi Sword Cauldron. 2 sword cauldrons appeared behind Yi Fei. They whistled as they spun, resisting the tearing and pulling of space around them. At the same time, a dazzling flame appeared behind him and condensed into a pair of azure dragon wings. With a flash of flame, Yi Fei's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. He suddenly appeared behind Shui Qinxiu and attacked. However, Shui Qinxiu seemed to have calculated this beforehand. His speed wasn't fast, but it was terrifyingly accurate. Just as Yi Fei appeared behind this person, Shui Qinxiu had already turned around at the same time. The whistling sword light, along with layers of sword energy, covered the sky as it furiously slashed towards Yi Fei. Bam! In the end, the 2 swords collided in the air, creating a shocking explosion of sparks. Yi Fei's body flickered and suddenly appeared in front of him from behind. The black gold Emperor's sword was like a black star. It contained a terrifying divine power. When the sword slashed out, it completely shattered the void. It even shattered the sword light in front of him. Condense, Shui Qinxiu said coldly. His footsteps were methodical. Every step seemed to have been calculated with extreme precision. He dodged Yi Fei's sword light in the space of a centimeter. At the same time, the shattered sword light suddenly reformed under the guidance of Shui Qinxiu's sword spirit. It formed a huge spatial sword and slashed towards Yi Fei from behind. Golden body of despair. Yi Fei roared. He didn't have a time to waste on Shui Qinxiu. This time, he might as well trade injury for injury. He directly used his golden body to block the attack from behind. At the same time, his black gold Emperor's sword suddenly became murderous. It turned the sky into a sea of blood. In an instant, It mercilessly swallowed Xue Qinxiu. Qinxiu. Lan Yi suddenly became nervous. Jin Sansheng and Ma Feng's faces were pale. If it was said that half a year ago, they still had the confidence to join forces and fight Yi Fei. But now, seeing Yi Fei, they could only admit defeat. Boom! Just as they were thinking, the sea of blood in the sky suddenly exploded. Xue Qinxiu was surrounded by layers of sword energy. There were a total of 108 layers. They formed an iron barrel-like sword energy defense and actually shattered Yi Fei's sword of destruction. Chapter 2405. A Divine Lord Sneak Attack Pump. Yi Fei's golden body emitted a purplish gold radiance. Like a flame, it shattered the scattered sword light behind him. At the same time, the black gold, divine, sword slashed out again. With a loud boom, the black gold Emperor's sword had already shattered Xue Qinxiu's layers of sword light. However, Xue Qinxiu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Besides the space-sundering sword soul, another mystique appeared on his body. It was the mountain will, causing Xue Qinxiu's body to become as heavy as a mountain. As he stood on the ground, his entire body seemed to become one with the earth. Mountain God's sea suppressing sword. Xue Qinxiu grabbed at the ground with his large hand. The entire earth vein was pulled out by him, forming the mysterious mountain god's sword. It was as heavy as a mountain. Its terrifying weight caused the void to collapse inwards. Many of the spectating warriors could not help but exclaim, "That is the Sword Palace's divine lord mystique, the mountain god's sea suppressing sword." Xue Qinxiu actually mastered a divine lord mystique as a lord of heaven. Although Xue Qinxiu had only scratched the surface, its power was still extremely terrifying. Lan Yi and Jin Sansheng were full of pride. Ma Feng even viciously shouted at the sky, "Yi Fei, do you know yourself now? Do you know the difference between you lowly commoners and our great family clans?" Difference? Yi Fei sneered. "If mastering the surface of a divine lore mystique can be called a difference, then I can only say that you are all frogs at the bottom of a well." Sort of solitude. The sea of blood that filled the sky disappeared. An endless sense of solitude suddenly filled the sky. In the sky, a grayish-white sword light clashed with Xue Qinxiu's mountain god's sea-suppressing sword. Both sword lights suddenly disappeared at the same time. Xue Qinxiu's face was filled with shock. Many of the spectating warriors were also in an uproar. How is this possible? How can he have two natural mystiques by himself? No matter how many divine abilities you have, you will still die. There can only be one sword champion in the Sword Palace, and that is me, Xue Qinxiu. The whistling sword aura suddenly transformed into layers of sword veils that blotted out the sky as it crazily pressed down on Yi Fei. Xue Qinxiu was indeed the strongest genius of the Sword Palace. He had not only mastered one godlore divine power, but two. Yi Fei's expression could not help but turn serious. If he hadn't been inside the Ninth Heaven Sword Wall and successfully condensed the complete, undying sword soul, he might have been defeated by this Xue Qinxiu. However, he could not afford to be defeated. At the very least, he could not allow himself to be defeated in the Sword Dao. Azure Dragon Wings. Yi Fei roared as the fiery light behind him burned even more fiercely. His speed was also raised to the maximum at this moment. His entire body turned into a beam of light as he dodged the sword veil and appeared beside Xue Qinxiu once again, quickly stabbing out with his sword. However, Xue Qinxiu's reaction was frightening. His words and actions seemed to have been deliberately measured. They were completely within the norm. This kind of footwork was very mysterious. Every time Yi Fei appeared, he would adjust his posture in time. He was always facing Yi Fei head-on. Do you think you are the only one who has mastered the martial arts of the Heavenly Palace of Despair? I, Xue Qinxiu, have also mastered it. Xue Qinxiu's face suddenly revealed a mocking expression. In the next moment, his body moved. It was still within the norm. It was neither longer nor shorter, but it gave off a frightening pressure. That is the mystique of the heavenly palace of despair, the gentleman's steps. Each step creates a circle, and each step creates a killing intent. I originally thought that Xue Qianqiu would find it difficult to master this footwork. I didn't expect him to master it so quickly. The battle outside the sword wall had not only attracted a massive number of young geniuses and half-step divine lords that lived in seclusion, but even the divine Lord Ma Bi had returned. He had a look of excitement on his face as he watched this unprecedented battle. If we can win this battle, then not only will Yi Fei lose his position as sword chief, but I want him to die a miserable death. Maybe, if you dare harm a single hair on Yi Fei's head, I, Niu Hao, will fight you to the death. On the other side, Niu Hao had also received the news and quickly rushed over. In the sky, Xue Qianqiu, who had used the gentleman's steps, did not fear Yi Fei's astonishing speed at all. Every step he took was firm, and every step he took was a sword strike. His sword was neither fast nor slow, but it could always block Yi Fei's attacks at the crucial moment. Knowing that he could not defeat Xue Qianqiu with pure speed, Yi Fei suddenly roared angrily and stopped fighting Xue Qianqiu. The black gold emperor's sword suddenly became incomparably violent. Like a black dragon, Yi Fei grabbed it and smashed it into the void in front of him. At the same time, the two Taiji sword cauldrons behind him suddenly burned with raging crimson flames. Unable to defeat Xue Qianqiu, Yi Fei finally stopped holding back. He ignited his bloodline and completely displayed the power of the 9 cauldron heaven suppression art. Rumble. The entire sky shook violently under the pressure of the Taiji sword cauldrons. When Xue Qianqiu sensed the sudden surge of terrifying sword light within the sword cauldrons, he could not help but feel a trace of fear. Is that a Renzu realm mystique? How is that possible? Xue Qianqiu is already a super genius to be able to master a monarch realm mystique as a lord of heaven. But Yi Fei is actually able to master a Renzu realm mystique as a lord of heaven. This was no longer something that could be done by a genius, but by a monster. But it happened to Yi Fei? Maybe Xinjuan's eyes widened in shock. As he spoke, Jian Sansheng and Ma Fong also looked at Yi Fei in fear. He could actually master a Renzu realm mystique. Wasn't he a lowly peasant? Jian Sansheng muttered to himself, feeling as if he had been dealt a huge blow. Xue Qianqiu, you must kill him. Maybe Xinjuan's cold voice suddenly sounded from afar. If Yi Fei was just an ordinary genius, he could still tolerate it. But Yi Fei had displayed a monstrous talent and had even shown hostility towards the Sword Palace. Maybe would definitely not tolerate Yi Fei. A murderous intent appeared in Maybe's eyes without any concealment. At the same time, an obscure monarch realm energy wave shot out from Maybe's fingers and silently shot towards Yi Fei. Before Niu Hao could arrive, Maybe actually launched a vicious attack. He wanted to sneak up on Yi Fei and create an opportunity for Xue Qianqiu to win. But Maybe's actions could not be hidden from Xiao Chao. When he realized that the situation was bad, Xiao Chao immediately warned Yi Fei. While Yi Fei was furious, he could only roar and quickly push the burning Taiji sword cauldron behind him. Clang! Clang! Two loud explosions sounded behind him. Yi Fei's Taiji sword cauldron had successfully neutralized the Monarch Realm Mystique's sneak attack. Maybe's face instantly turned ashen. Although it was a sneak attack, and he did not use his full strength, Yi Fei was still able to react and block his sneak attack. This made Maybe feel very embarrassed. Chapter 2406. The world-shocking sword Xue Qianqiu was ecstatic. The Taiji sword cauldron that was activated by Yi Fei's bloodline had really frightened him. If the sword cauldron had been used, he, the number one of the sword palace, would have been defeated. However, maybe Xinjuan's sneak attack had given Xue Qianqiu time to breathe. Taking advantage of this time, Xue Qianqiu suddenly ignited his 9th-grade bloodline. The raging blood flame burned and formed a huge cross-shaped sword chi crack. The moment Jian Sansheng Ma Fong, and Lan Yi saw the crack. They were all pleasantly surprised. Qianxiu finally can't help but display his natal superpower. Natal superpower was a special superpower that only bloodline warriors could possess. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the natal superpower would be. Many warriors watching the battle were shocked to find that no one had ever forced Xue Qianxiu to reveal his natal superpower. Even when facing Feng Yun, Xue Qianxiu resisted the urge to reveal it. However, when facing Yi Fei, who was more talented in sword principle than him, Xue Qianxiu could not help but feel jealous. Then, this jealousy turned into a strong desire to kill. The whole sky was filled with Xue Qianxiu's demonic roar. Yi Fei, I'll show you Xue Qianxiu's strongest move, the space-splitting cross-sword. Boom! The roaring blood flame wrapped around the space-splitting sword spirit and formed a special space-splitting divine sword. The divine sword fell silently and left a huge cross-shaped crack in the void. Boundless sword light and space-shattering power poured out of the hole. This was Xue Qianxiu's strongest combat strength. Seeing Xue Qianxiu display such a sword principle superpower, Maybe's cold face showed a sinister smile. Niu Hao, who had rushed over, roared angrily, "Maybe, how dare you?" Yi Fei hide. In Niu Hao's opinion, no matter how strong Yi Fei was, he could at most be on par with Xue Qianxiu. In such a situation, Yi Fei, who had lost the Taiji Sword Cauldron, was likely to fail and be killed by Xue Qianxiu. Maybe did not give Niu Hao a chance to intervene. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, he immediately turned and charged at Niu Hao. The two god lords actually started fighting again outside the sword wall. Xue Qianxiu also took advantage of this opportunity to use all his strength to slash out with the space-splitting cross-sword. His face was full of relief and a smile of victory. "Yi Fei, I admit that you are strong, but you will still die at my hands. Your sword champion, your everything, will belong to me." Xue Qianxiu's tone was cold. He looked at Yi Fei as though he was looking at a dead man. "This is the difference between you and me. The difference of a single thought is the difference between life and death." Boom! At this moment, Yi Fei's body moved. Although the Taiji Sword Cauldron had been destroyed by Maybe, this did not mean that he could only resign himself to death. An even stronger and more blazing sword light suddenly burst out from Yi Fei's body. However, the source of this sword light was not profound energy, nor was it the power of his bloodline. It was the power of Yi Fei's sword soul. In the face of this life and death crisis, Yi Fei decisively ignited his immortal sword soul. The boundless power of his sword soul formed a blazing divine sword light. This was also the immortal light, the light of destruction. In a daze, Yi Fei seemed to have returned to the battlefield inside the sword wall. He saw a girl called Si Yuran dancing, singing, and boundless sword light exploding from her song and dance. Yi Fei did not know how to dance, but when he raised the black gold emperor's sword in his hand, he could not help but start singing. "The heavens have spirits. The sword has a soul. The sword has a soul. Where does the enemy exist?" Yi Fei swung his sword as if he was singing. It was as magnificent as the rivers and the stars in the sky. The dazzling sword light finally transformed into a destructive sword vortex. Like a nebula, it swallowed up Xue Qianxiu's sword and Xue Qianxiu's body. Then, Xue Qianxiu's tragic cry rang out from the sword vortex. A bloodied man with layers of sword light tried to struggle out of the vortex. It was impossible to tell that this was the once high-spirited number one of the Sword Palace, Xue Qianxiu. However, as the number one of the Sword Palace, Xue Qianxiu was indeed very strong. Yi Fei's burning sword soul's immortal sword soul was unable to kill this person. It could only injure him severely. "Yi Fei, I, Xue Qianxiu, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Even though he was severely injured, Xue Qianxiu still let out a beast-like roar. He was the strongest genius of the Sword Palace. In his life, he had only lost to two people. One was Feng Yun, and the other was Yi Fei. He accepted his defeat to Feng Yan. However, Xue Qianqiu could not accept his defeat to Yi Fei, who was born in the wilderness. Don't worry, you can't be human. Under my sword, you can only be a ghost. Yi Fei did not stop. He was angry at maybe sneak attack. He might as well go all out and burn his sword soul again. He wanted to kill Xue Qianqiu. Xue Qianqiu's blood-red face flashed with fear. Suddenly, he took out a divine pattern scroll and threw it into the sky. He roared, "Divine Emperor, save me." Boom! The scroll opened. It was actually a projection scroll. At the same time, the projection of a divine emperor slowly walked out of the scroll. Yi Fei was disgusted. Everywhere in Qingzhou, Feng Heng had relied on Feng Yun's projection scroll to prevent him from killing him. At this moment, Xue Qianqiu also had such a scroll. He could summon the projection of a divine emperor to help him. Don't you divine emperors think that you are too despicable? Yi Fei cursed. He wanted to bypass the divine emperor's projection and chase after Xue Qianqiu. However, the divine emperor's projection stretched out his hand with a cold expression. He formed a sword finger and pointed it at Yi Fei's forehead. Despicable? If you don't have the strength, then you are despicable. Someone as lowly as you is not qualified to stand in front of me. Die. The divine emperor was cold and cruel. He attacked with the intention of killing Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression suddenly turned cold. There was no fear on his face, only deep disappointment and anger. This is the so-called Sword Palace. This is the Sword Palace that I have worked so hard for. Is there no one else in the Sword Palace? Boom! Yi Fei's words were like thunder that exploded in the entire Sword Gate. At this moment, all the mountain peaks looked over with complicated expressions. Then, they looked towards the tallest and largest mountain peak. On that mountain peak, a slovenly Taoist was gnawing on a drumstick. He was using his blurry old eyes to observe the battle on the sword wall. Then, the Taoist suddenly threw out the drumstick in his hand. That ordinary drumstick turned into an extremely sharp sword light that whizzed out. In an instant, it smashed into the divine emperor's projection. The divine emperor's projection immediately collapsed. Together with the scroll, it was blown to smithereens. Kid, you're right. In this sword palace, other than this Taoist, no one else can be considered human, especially these two pests, who allowed you to fight in Sword Gate. Don't you know that divine emperors are not allowed to enter this place? Chapter 2407. Slovenly Taoists, the two divine emperors were knocked back by the two drumsticks. Their faces were swollen and bruised. Maybe Shunjun was so angry that his hair stood on end. The whistling sword light formed a blazing sword fire that filled the sky. Suddenly, it turned into a sword fire meteor and slashed forward. The Lord Niu Hao was also enraged. He shouted and punched out with both fists. He was also enraged by the old man's actions. Many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for the slovenly Taoist. After all, there was still a huge gap between a half-step divine lord and a divine lord. But the reality was that the slovenly Taoist didn't even look. Suddenly, countless chicken bones appeared behind him. Each bone erupted with dazzling sword light that whistled through the air, shattering maybe sword flames. The Niu Hao divine lord's expression changed, and he suddenly pulled back his fist to protect his chest. Boom! The Niu Hao godly monarch was unable to stop the seemingly ordinary chicken bone. He roared in anger, and his body turned into a meteor as he was sent flying out of Sword's Gate. On the other side, maybe Shunjun let out a cry of pain and humiliation. As a godly monarch, he was injured twice by the slovenly Taoist, especially the second time. This time, the chicken bone even tore apart Maybe's robe, revealing his naked body. Maybe was so angry that he vomited blood. This attracted countless sympathetic gazes from a mountain gate. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke that person. These two divine lords are too unlucky. It's a pity that the two of them ran so fast that I forgot to burst their anus. The slovenly Taoist was not satisfied with defeating the two monarchs. He even took out 2 chicken bones and gestured at Niu Hao and Maybe. Maybe's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Shui Qinxiu and Jian Sansheng and ran out of Sword's Gate as fast as he could. Niu Hao also ran away. The 2 divine lords were scared away by the old man, which attracted the gazes of countless young geniuses. Senior, are you Renzu? If we can become Renzu's disciples, we'll be lucky. Renzu, impossible. Yi Fei shook his head. He had seen Rizu and the Jiutian Swordmaster before. Xiao Chao could clearly sense that the slovenly Taoist did not have Renzu's aura. Then, Yi Fei's heart sank. He had originally planned to come out with the Ghost Emperor Cauldron to settle the score with the slovenly Taoist and save the dragon turtle. Now, it seemed that he might not even be able to catch a chicken bone, let alone settle the score. But he couldn't stop Xiao Chao from winking at him. In order to save the dragon turtle, Yi Fei could only bite the bullet. He went forward and bowed. Senior, thank you for your help. If I have offended you in any way, you can take it out on me. Please let the dragon turtle go. After all, the dragon turtle is still young. It's just a baby turtle. A baby turtle is good. It tastes much better than a baby chicken. It's very smooth. The slovenly Taoist seemed to be savoring the aftertaste. Xiao Chao almost jumped up when he heard that. He hugged the black pot left behind by the dragon turtle and burst into tears. Yi Fei's body trembled. His eyes were red as he said angrily, "Old man, what did you say? You actually ate the dragon turtle. Young man, you're not mature enough. I was just joking. Why are you so serious?" The slovenly Taoist narrowed his eyes and continued to gnaw on the chicken bone. There wasn't a trace of meat left on the bone, but he ate it with relish. Yi Fei's anger finally subsided. Then, layers of black lines appeared on his head. Xiao Chao also wiped his tears and angrily swung his ponytail. If it weren't for the fact that they were in an inappropriate place, Xiao Chao would have run out to beat him up. However, considering the sloppy Taoist's terrifying battle prowess, Yi Fei could only resist the urge to beat the old Taoist up. On the contrary, he revealed a smile unique to honest people. Senior, I'm an honest person. Just tell me what you want to do to me. Just now, you call me an old man. The sloppy Taoist priest actually revealed a smile that was unique to honest people. Furthermore, it was even more sincere and infectious. Yi Fei's face darkened. I remember that you said that you would release the dragon turtle if I condensed the sword spirit within half a year. Senior, are you going back on your words? I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his words. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. You even took my joke seriously. How boring. The slovenly Taoist laughed. This time, even Xiao Chao's face darkened. Yi Fei felt the world spinning. Before he could react, he was already transported to a cottage in a mountain forest. Inside the cottage, there were 2 portraits. One was a middle-aged man with a purple python around his waist. He raised his hand and raised his sword. The sharp sword light seemed to be able to destroy the world. The other portrait was of a woman wearing a veil. She was extraordinary. She raised her eyes and looked at the endless starry sky. That's the portrait of the 9th Heaven Swordmaster, Yuran. Yi Fei recognized the woman in the portrait at a glance. He looked at the other portrait. The aura was very similar to the 9th Heaven Swordmaster's. Suddenly, another name appeared in Yi Fei's mind. Swordmaster Ling Tian? Bam! Before he could finish speaking, a chicken bone was thrown at him. Yi Fei couldn't help but turn over and kneel in front of the 2 portraits. The slovenly Taoist's dissatisfied voice came from behind. Little guy, you have no respect for your elders. What Sword Master Ling Tian? Remember, this is your Grandmaster, Sword Venerable Ling Tian. This is your master, the 9th Heaven Sword Master. Hurry up and kowtow. Old man, you're disrespectful. If you're capable, fight me at the same level. Yi Fei was furious. He finally understood how maybe Xinjun and Niu Hao felt when they were knocked down by the chicken bone. As for becoming a disciple, Yi Fei definitely couldn't do that. After all, he had already become a disciple of the Demon Emperor. Immediately, Yi Fei's eyes turned, and he stood up confidently. Moreover, Big Sister C and I are siblings. How can I take her as my master? What did you say? You called little sea sister? The sloppy Taoist was shocked. Yi Fei's heart was thumping even harder. Holy F asterisk CK. This old Taoist is actually calling the nine heavens Swordmaster Sea Lass. Us people who have been abandoned by the heavens are truly unlucky. Yi Fei lamented in his heart, but he nodded solemnly. That's right. I've been taught by the ninth heaven sword master many times. Over time, we've developed feelings for each other. We've already acknowledged each other as brother and sister. May I ask who Senior is? Could it be that Sister C called me to the Sword Palace to seek help from Senior? The slovenly Taoist didn't say anything. He only sized up Yi Fei seriously. Yi Fei tactfully kept his mouth shut and maintained a smile with a serious expression. The slovenly Taoist sighed deeply. Sigh, little C, you've met the wrong person. This old Taoist thought that his skin was already thick enough. However, after meeting you, this old Taoist knows what it means to say that the younger generation excels the older generation. Young people are really shameless. Senior, I'm speaking the truth. Yi Fei was depressed. Was this old Taoist praising him or insulting him? Chapter 24:08. The Secret of the Sword Palace. Yi Fei was completely speechless. He knew that the two honest men were evenly matched, so he could only lower his guard and humbly ask for guidance. The Nine Heavens Sword Master only asked me to come to the Sword Palace to find a way to save her. She didn't say anything else. Senior, please tell me. Kid, that's more like it. Seeing that you're an honest man, this old man will be merciful and tell you. After saying that, the slovenly Taoist looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Yi Fei was so grateful that tears flowed from his eyes. However, he was cursing in his heart. This old Taoist was the second most annoying person in the world. The slovenly Taoist didn't care if Yi Fei was depressed or not. He took out a drumstick with a solemn expression and wiped it on his greasy sleeve. Speaking of which, this is all that old fart Ling Tian's fault. I told him not to be too obsessed with breaking through to the ancient emperor realm, but he didn't listen and fell into a desperate situation. In the end, in order to save Ling Tian, that lass from the Sea family had no choice but to take the risk and enter that dangerous place again. In the end, she also fell into it. Just like that, the Sword Palace lost 2 sword masters in a short period of time, causing it to fall apart. The people's hearts crumbled, and the Sword Palace turned into the inner and outer Sword Palace today. It was a laughingstock to outsiders, and it let down the 2 sword masters. After saying that, the slovenly Taoist let out a long sigh. Yi Fei finally understood why the Sword Palace fell apart. Then, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Aren't there other Rinzhu in the Sword Palace? Is there no one else who's willing to save the Nine Heavens Sword Master and Sword Venerable Ling Tian? The slovenly Taoist sneered. This is what you meant when you said that there's no one in the Sword Palace. There are only 2 people in the real Sword Palace. One is Ling Tian, and the other is Lass C. The rest are cowards who are afraid of death. Back then, Lass C invited other Rinzhu to save her, but no Rinzhu dared to go. Instead, they tried to take advantage of the vacancy in the position of Sword Master to start a power struggle. What's worse, they even wanted the imperishable sword token. Yi Fei's head was full of black lines. If there were only 2 people in the Sword Palace, then what was the slovenly Taoist? What was he in Xiao Qiao? The slovenly Taoist's robes puffed up in anger. He said angrily, "The imperishable sword token is the token of the palace master. How could I let this group of cowards take it? Thus, I purposely threw the imperishable sword token into the land. Who knew that this group of people would not give up? I don't know where they found the remaining descendants of the earthly sovereign and forcefully sent them into the land, ordering them to find the whereabouts of the imperishable sword token." Yi Fei also recalled that when he killed Heavenly Venerable Heian in the land, Heavenly Venerable Heian had said that the Sword Palace would not let him go. Obviously, Heavenly Venerable Heian was the one who was sent to the land by the Sword Palace to find the imperishable sword token. However, Yifei was still very puzzled. Why is it that only the descendants of the earthly sovereign can enter the land? There are so many heavenly venerables in the Sword Palace. Wouldn't it be better to send a few more? Yifei continued to ask. The slovenly Taoist widened his eyes and said, "Brat, you look smart, but you are actually stupid. Do you think the imperishable sword token is so easy to find? This thing is very special. It is said that it belongs to the earthly sovereign. Thus, it is only interested in two kinds of people. One is those who have the bloodline of the earthly sovereign, and the other is those who have been abandoned by the heavens. Especially those who have been abandoned by the heavens. It is said that this kind of people are extremely unlucky. Wherever they go, they will be beaten and killed. They're like street rats. Even if they drink cold water, they will be stuck between their teeth. It is very strange, but they are very attractive to the imperishable sword token." As he said this, the slovenly Taoist glanced at Yifei. Yifei's face darkened. "Senior, I admit that I am a little unlucky. However, I am definitely not a street rat who will be beaten and killed. In fact, I feel that I am quite popular." The slovenly Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Yifei and sighed. "This is why I said that Last Sea has entrusted herself to the wrong person. Your skin is too thick, and your cultivation level is too low. You have no way to break in and save her." The old Taoist shook his head. Obviously, he did not think highly of Yifei. Yifei's face twitched. He forced himself to resist the urge to hit him and said calmly, "That is not necessarily true. No one is born strong, but I can become strong through training. The Ninth Heaven Sword Master has done me a great favor. No matter what, I will think of a way to save her. Senior, please tell me how I can save the Ninth Heaven Sword Master." These words were filled with sincerity. Yifei was indeed very grateful to the Ninth Heaven Sword Master. He was also a person who would repay kindness. Perhaps it was because he felt this sincerity. The slovenly Taoist looked at Yifei with a much gentler gaze. He said in a low voice, "If you want to save Last Sea, your current cultivation level is not enough. At the very least, you need to reach Rinzu. As for the place where Last Sea is trapped, I have severed 2 cultivation levels to ask the most powerful diviner in the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty to divine it." However, he only managed to get a vague image. As he spoke, the old Taoist waved his hand. A series of imaginary mountains appeared in front of Yifei's eyes. Each mountain was more majestic and terrifying than the last. Just by looking at the image, Yifei could feel the amazing power hidden in the mountains. However, as he continued to look, Yifei's expression became strange. He vaguely felt that he had seen these mountains somewhere before. However, the image was too blurry. Yifei could not recall where he had seen them before. At the same time, the old Taoist's action of severing 2 cultivation levels also shocked Yifei. Didn't this mean that this sloppy old Taoist was once a Rinzu? He had only regressed to half-step Divine Lord after severing his cultivation levels. No wonder this old Taoist was able to beat up 2 Divine Lords with just a few chicken bones. Yifei muttered to himself. At this moment, an ear suddenly came over and asked, "Kid, what did you just say?" Yifei almost made a move. He hurriedly replied solemnly, "I said, Senior's righteousness is as high as the sky. You are truly unprecedented. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." "Haha, not at all. It's because I'm old friends with that old fartling Tion. I also watched Last Sea grow up. If I don't do it, who will?" The slovenly Taoist beamed. He suddenly found Yifei more pleasing to the eye. He patted Yifei with his greasy hand and said, "Young man, don't feel pressured. Since you call Last Sea brother and sister, you must be anxious to save her. How about this? I won't give you too much pressure. Within 10 years, you will break through to Rinzu. Then, you and I will go to the mountains to save her." The slovenly Taoist said this matter-of-factly. However, Yifei almost vomited blood when he heard this. Break through to Rinzu in 10 years? This was not giving him too much pressure. Some people might not be able to break through to Rinzhu even after decades, let alone 10 years. They might not even be able to break through to Divine Lord even after hundreds of years. However, this old Taoist wanted him to break through to Rinzhu in 10 years. Yifei suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave. Chapter 2409. Plowing the Dragon Turtle. Although the slovenly Taoist didn't sound threatening, the undying sword soul itself was a huge threat. It was a treasure of the earthly sovereign. Once it was discovered by the Crimson Lunar Dynasty, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. It was easy to imagine how depressed Yifei was. However, this slovenly Taoist didn't hesitate to sever 2 realms in order to save the 9 Heaven Swordmaster. I don't have to worry about that. This old Taoist won't harm me. After all, this old Taoist knew about the undying sword soul, but didn't try to steal it. He also knew about the Ghost Emperor Cauldron, but didn't covet it. This in itself proved that this old Taoist was a trustworthy person. At the thought of this, Yifei could only look at the sloppy Taoist dejectedly. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you can help me break through, but you have to help me, right? Or give me some treasures so that I can quickly break through to Tao Lord." Yifei's eyes were filled with eagerness. After all, this person in front of him was the real Rinzhu. Even if he severed his own cultivation, he still had experience and knowledge. Perhaps just a few words of advice from him will be worth months or even a year of hard work. The slovenly Taoist also saw Yifei's thoughts at a glance. He chewed on a chicken leg and said slowly, "Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's better to be down to earth and cultivate on your own." Remember, Rinzhu wasn't taught by others or trained by others. He fought with his sword and spear and narrowly escaped death. If you want to become Rinzhu, then you have to fight and kill. This is my advice to you. The slovenly Taoist's words were very serious, but no matter how Yifei looked at it, he was a stingy man. This old Taoist still had the face to speak so confidently. Yifei felt embarrassed for this person. "Senior, even if there are no benefits, shouldn't you at least return the dragon turtle to me?" Yifei's face darkened. Inside the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao began to urge him. Hearing that Yifei didn't want the treasure, the slovenly Taoist immediately beamed with joy and praised. "Your turtle is pretty good. Although it's a little fat, it's very diligent and is especially good at farming. It's at the back of the mountain. Go there yourself." The Taoist was very generous and allowed Yifei to head to the back of the mountain by himself. However, Yifei was stunned on the spot. The dragon turtle was actually praised for being diligent. Not only him, but even Xiao Chao's eyes widened in surprise. She had an incredulous expression on her face. Yifei even wondered if this old Taoist was being sarcastic. "By the way, take that turtle with you. Also, go to your 2 friends' mountain peaks and tell them that I asked you to go." The old Taoist finished eating the drumstick and casually tossed the bone over to Yifei. Yifei's face darkened. He forcefully resisted the urge to hit the old Taoist. Holding the chicken bone, he said, "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely go." After saying that, Yifei turned around and left. He planned to throw the broken bone into the gutter in this deserted place. At this moment, Xiao Chao suddenly looked at the chicken bone in surprise. Yifei was very puzzled. He asked Xiao Chao what's wrong. "Is there something wrong with this chicken bone?" Xiao Chao nodded affirmatively. Yifei couldn't help but be moved. He hurriedly took a closer look at the chicken bone. Then, something that shocked him happened. The old Taoist had actually used his teeth to bite a sword mark on the chicken bone. Moreover, this sword mark was very strange. It seemed to be some kind of unique magical seal. Just this chicken bone alone might be some kind of special treasure. Yifei was stunned by his own thoughts. He also realized why the old Taoist could use a chicken bone to seriously injure Niu, how, and maybe outside the sword rampart. Without a doubt, the sword mark on the chicken bone was the reason. It seems that although this old Taoist has a strange temper, he is still a respectable senior. Yifei held the chicken bone and felt a slight warmth in his heart. He understood that since the old Taoist had given him something like this, he would definitely be able to exchange it for something more important at the other two mountains. However, before that, he still had to hurry and take the dragon turtle away. Moreover, they had not seen each other for half a year. Yi Fei was very worried that the dragon turtle would become fatter and eat more. At this moment, a big black turtle with a shiny shell was sitting in a pavilion at the back of the mountain. Moreover, this black turtle was not fat. Instead, its entire body was filled with muscles, especially its four limbs. The muscles bulged like steel bars. At a glance, one could tell that it was a powerful demon beast. What was more terrifying was the aura of the big black turtle. The power of the demon dragon surged, and its ferocious aura filled the air. It scared the mountain so much that not even a spirit mouse dared to appear. At the foot of the back of the mountain, there were acres of newly opened farmland. The crops were flourishing in the fields. On the back of the mountain, there were terraced fields filled with large and red radishes. At this moment, the dragon turtle was sitting in the pavilion, brewing a pot of tea. Beside it was a heavy iron plow. It was staring blankly at the fields it had plowed. On the table in the pavilion, there was a super large and red radish. Perhaps because it felt hungry, the dragon turtle picked up the large radish and took a big bite. Then, it looked up at the sky with lifeless eyes. It also recalled the wonderful life of eating magnetite every day with Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao. Looking at the large radish in its mouth and the miserable half-dragon, half-turtle life for the past half a year, the dragon turtle was overcome with sorrow. It could not help but hug the radish and take another big bite. At this moment, the familiar voice of the dragon turtle suddenly came from the distant fields. "Who is this? Why is he farming here? These seniors have strange hobbies. Also, where is the dragon turtle? I haven't seen it for half a year. I wonder if it has lost weight from hunger." Yi Fei secretly shook his head. One had to know that the dragon turtle was a carnivore. The fields were filled with vegetables. There was not even a spirit mouse to be seen. One could only imagine what kind of life the dragon turtle was living. Roar! The dragon turtle was not happy when it suddenly heard Yi Fei's voice. It thought that it missed him too much and was so hungry that it was hallucinating. The dragon turtle was so sad that it stopped eating the radish. Big drops of tears rolled down its face on the spot. Yi Fei, who was walking up the mountain, was also shocked. "You are the dragon turtle, Yi?" Xiao Qiao widened his eyes. He looked at the energetic black turtle in front of him and rubbed his eyes 3 times before confirming that it was really the dragon turtle. "Damn, it has only been half a year. Big Black, you actually broke through to the Tao Lord Realm and perfected it. You're only 1 step away from the Lord of Heaven." Yi Fei suddenly felt a little dizzy. What did that old Taoist priest do to the dragon turtle to make it so diligent? Not only did it plow the fields every day, but its cultivation level also increased faster than a rocket. He did not know that the old Taoist priest threatened to eat meat every day if it did not plow the fields. This scared the dragon turtle so much that it could only plow the fields with all its might. It did not dare to relax except when it was eating radishes. Now that it finally saw Yi Fei, the dragon turtle was so excited that it rolled over like a whirlwind. It hugged Yi Fei and cried loudly. As it cried, the dragon turtle's stomach growled. It was obvious that it had been hungry for a long time. Yi Fei could not help but feel sad when he heard it. Xiao Qiao hurriedly took out all the leftover magnetite from the beastmark space. Yi Fei also took out many elixirs from the space belt that he had looted and gave them to the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was so grateful that it subconsciously opened its black mouth. Just when Yi Fei thought that the dragon turtle was going to eat all these things in one go, the dragon turtle suddenly teared up and only ate the smallest elixir. The dragon turtle carefully put away the rest of the elixirs and magnetite. It hid them well, afraid that it would go hungry again. Chapter 24:10. Together after successfully rescuing the dragon turtle, Yi Fei didn't stop. He immediately brought the dragon turtle to the other mountain sects to look for Mad Dog and Bai Ran. Of course, the dragon turtle, who had returned to eating magnetite, wouldn't take a second look at the mountain of carrots. After leaving the sorrowful land behind the mountain, Yi Fei quickly arrived at another mountain sect according to the map in the Sword Leader token. This mountain sect belongs to Sage Red Cloud. Sage Red Cloud is one of the few female half-step divine lords here. Bai Ran seems to be cultivating in this mountain sect. Yi Fei thought as he strode towards the mountain sect. Normally, the mountain sects in the sword sect would have restrictions. Without the permission of the mountain sect master, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter the mountain sect. However, Yi Fei was different. He had the Sword Leader token in his hand. He could enter the 108 mountain sects of the sword sect unimpeded. This time, there was no slovenly Taoist obstructing him. Yi Fei smoothly walked up the mountain peak. From afar, he saw a beautiful figure dancing gracefully on the mountain peak. Bai Ran was actually learning a sword dance. This sword dance had a terrifying destructive power. Wherever Bai Ran's sword dance went, a shocking sword chi storm would appear. The closer one got to Bai Ran, the more terrifying the sword chi storm became. In the end, the sword chi storm turned into a mighty wind dragon. It raised its head and roared, tearing apart the heavens and the starry sky. However, a silver-haired old woman stood in the middle of the storm. She ignored the terrifying wind dragon sword dance and even pointed out in a dissatisfied manner, "Yin Ran, your movements are too deliberate. You have to know that the sword Dao is different from other martial arts. The sword is born from the heart. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. Young man, do you understand what I mean?" Suddenly, the old woman turned around and looked at Yi Fei. There was a hint of a test in her eyes. Yi Fei did not say anything. He only closed his eyes and quickly recalled the process of Bai Ran performing the sword dance. Then, suddenly, Yi Fei's body moved. The black gold imperial sword in his hand also began to dance wildly like a hurricane. It was different from Bai Ran's gentle dance. Yi Fei's dance was filled with masculine dominance. It was like the sand in the desert. Sword chi boiled and rolled across the land. The old lady's expression immediately changed. She knew that Yi Fei was valued by the slovenly Taoist, so he must have extraordinary talent. However, she didn't expect Yi Fei's talent to be so terrifying. The old woman could not help praising, "Your sword Dao is very extraordinary. Even Xue Qinxiu wouldn't be able to learn my sword dance after watching once. You are worthy of the title of Sword Champion." "Senior, you flatter me." Yi Fei blushed with shame. He knew that he had only learned the form of the sword dance. He was still too far away from the true sword dance. The strongest sword dance was still the Nine Heavens Swordmaster. Yuren's sword dance was a true combination of both form and spirit. It was abnormally terrifying. Even a true fiend god would have a slim chance of survival if they were caught in that sword dance. It was also because he had watched Yuren's sword dance that was even more terrifying than a fiend god sword dance that Yi Fei had the ability to understand other sword dances. On the other hand, Bai Ran didn't have this ability. After all, Bai Ran's strongest point was her divine runes. Sword Dao was not her strong point. Even so, under the old woman's guidance, Bai Ran had not only broken through to the late Lord of Heaven Realm in half a year, but she had also awakened her own mystique, the Hurricane Mystique. This mystique could be used in other martial Daos, but it could also be used in Sword Dao. "Yin Ran, since your lover has come to pick you up, this old woman won't keep you here any longer. Remember, although you don't have much talent in the Dao of Swords, the Dao of Sword Dance isn't just a simple Dao of Swords. As long as you persevere on the path of combining the Dao of Swords and divine inscriptions, this old woman believes that there will be a day when you will be able to create a divine inscription sword dance that belongs solely to you." The old woman's eyes were filled with eagerness. Yi Fei was also surprised. "You actually want to combine sword dance and divine runes?" "Can't I? Only you are allowed to reverse divine runes, but I am not allowed to create a divine rune sword dance. Don't forget, you're not the only one who is perverted. Bai Yinran purposely wrinkled her nose at Yi Fei. She was actually trying to hide the awkwardness she felt after hearing the old woman's words. Yi Fei's eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. He looked like an old monk meditating. The old woman didn't know that she had misunderstood. When she saw Yi Fei come up the mountain, Bai Yinran also learned her mantle. The old woman had no more regrets. She simply reminded Yi Fei, "You can bring Yinran down the mountain, but your other friend has fallen into the hands of the rod demon. This person's demonic nature is very strong, and he likes to take things seriously. If you want to bring your other friend away, it won't be that easy. Senior, don't worry. I believe that Senior Rod Demon won't make things difficult for me." Yi Fei smiled. Under Bai Yinran's strange gaze, he took out a chicken drumstick that he had eaten until there was nothing left. The old woman's eyes lit up when she saw the drumstick. She smiled and nodded. Good, good. With this, that Rod Demon won't dare to make things difficult for you. I have already found someone to inherit my mantle. It's time for me to break through to the Divine Lord level. As she spoke, the old woman had already summoned a hurricane and sent Yi Fei and Bai Yinran out of the mountain gate in an instant. At the same time, the entire mountain gate was completely sealed. Outsiders couldn't step in anymore. This was the tradition of the Sword Gate. When the half-step Divine Lords of the Sword Gate found someone to inherit their mantle and had no more worries, they would seal the mountain gate. They would either die inside or break through the cocoon and step into the Divine Lord level in one fell swoop. Understanding this, Yi Fei and Bai Yinran didn't say anything. They just bowed together toward the mountain gate. Then, together, they walked toward the mountain gate where Mad Dog was. It's been so long. I wonder how Brother Jifeng is doing? Bai Yinran asked. He should be fine. Yi Fei said affirmatively. After all, Mad Dog was a Dao Lord. He should have an even greater advantage when he entered the mountain gate. However, before Yi Fei could finish speaking, he saw a wretched figure being whipped out of the mountain by someone with a stick. He hung on a tree branch outside the mountain, unable to move. At the same time, a crazed roar could be heard from within the mountain gate. Weak, too weak. You call yourself Mad Dog. You don't even have the slightest hint of madness. When will you be able to learn the complete Mad Demon battle technique? Suddenly, Rod Demon noticed Yi Fei walking up the mountain. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "It's you, kid. You came at the right time. If it's you, you'll definitely be able to learn my Mad Demon battle technique. Come up and fight with me." Chapter 2411. Mad Demon Battle Technique. Speaking of which, Mad Dog was also depressed. In the arena of life and death, he was a monster on the torture kill list. When he went crazy, even he was afraid of himself. But after meeting the Rod Demon, Mad Dog knew what true madness was. Even though he had already learned the first 4 levels of the Mad Demon Battle Technique from the Rod Demon's Rod education, he still could not avoid the fate of being beaten up every day. According to the Rod Demon, his method of teaching his disciple was very simple. That was to beat him up hard, and let Mad Dog break through quickly in actual combat. Of course, if he accidentally beat him to death, it would definitely be his disciple's fault and not his fault. When he saw Yi Fei, the Rod Demon was even more excited. He even wanted to grab Yi Fei and Bai Yinran up the mountain and give them a loving rod education. Yi Fei's face instantly darkened. He hurriedly took out the chicken bone. The Rod Demon, who had already rushed down the mountain, had a very ugly expression. He scolded angrily. "That old thing is too much of a bully. How dare he use this thing to threaten me?" The Rod Demon, although he was angry, the power of the chicken bone was obviously better than Yi Fei had expected. The Rod Demon, who was about to beat Yi Fei, immediately changed his attitude. He threw a book over angrily and said, "Kid, it's fine if you don't want to be beaten up, but you must take this Mad Demon battle technique. If you can learn it, then learn it. If you can't, then keep it and find a fated person. My Rod Demon battle technique must not be lost." After removing the facade of a Mad Demon, the Rod Demon finally revealed his true side. This side was sincerely hoping that someone could inherit his legacy. Yi Fei also took the Mad Demon battle technique very seriously. Bai Yinran was a little puzzled. Senior Rod Demon, with Brother Ji Feng's ability, he can't completely inherit your legacy? Rod Devil sighed upon hearing this. It's not that easy. Mad Dog does have mad force, but how many flaws are there in his bloodline? My Mad Demon battle technique can suppress the flaws in his bloodline, but to completely resolve them, I'll have to rely on you. I can feel that there's a very strong bloodline power in your body that you can't unleash. My Mad Demon battle technique may be able to help you awaken it. When the time comes, perhaps your bloodline power will help you solve Mad Dog's blood. Rod Devil gave Yi Fei a deep look. Then he suddenly turned around and strode into the mountain gate. He immediately began his closed-door cultivation to break through to the monarch god level. Mad Dog's expression became incomparably complicated. For the past half year, he had been crushed by Rod Devil every single day. It was impossible for him not to feel resentment. But Rod Devil's final words allowed Mad Dog to understand Rod Devil's intentions. Master! Suddenly, Mad Dog jumped down from the tree branch and kowtowed a few times in the direction of the cave, where the Rod Demon was in seclusion. This was the first time Mad Dog acknowledged the Rod Demon as his master. Rod Demon's impatient voice came from the cave. Scram! Rod Demon, don't have such a weak disciple. If you can't enter the Earth Carnage role this time, don't come and see me again. With that said, a wild force swept Yi Fei, Bai Yinran, and the kneeling Mad Dog out of the cave. Mad Dog felt a sense of loss. Yi Fei sighed inwardly. Rod Demon's actions were a little extreme, but the real Rod Demon was actually a good person. Bai Yinran said seriously, I believe that Senior Rod Demon will be able to see past life and death and break through to the Divine Lord realm. We have to train in this Berserk Fiend war art as well. If what Cudgel Fiend says is true, and the Berserk Fiend war art is capable of stimulating my bloodline, then perhaps we won't even have to wait for the future. The problem with the Mad Dog's bloodline will soon be resolved. But of course, before that happens, I have to break through to become a Dao Lord as quickly as possible. After half a year of cultivation, Yi Fei had awakened a complete sword soul. However, he and Bai Yinran's cultivation did not improve much. Only Mad Dog had broken through to the Dao Lord realm and obtained the right to enter the Earth Carnage role. The Earth Carnage role of the Crimson Moon God Dynasty was divided into two parts. One was the Lord of Heaven's Earth Carnage role, and the other was the Dao Lord Earth Carnage role. The Lord of Heaven's Earth Carnage role was a more general role. Any young genius who had broken through to the Lord of Heaven and awakened a remarkable could enter the Lord of Heaven's Earth Carnage role. The Dao Lord Earth Carnage role was different. One had to go to the Crimson Moon God Dynasty and obtain recognition to enter. It was especially so for the top 10 of the Earth Carnage role. It was said that they could even obtain the most generous rewards from the Crimson Moon God Dynasty. Yi Fei had already decided that he would use this reward to find the whereabouts of Wang Bai, Shanghua, Man Shun, and Sky Shun. After all, these are people he was familiar with in the Earth domain. Yi Fei had to find Wang Bai and Shanghua. More importantly, every time the Earth Carnage role was contested, it would attract the participation of all the forces in the Divine Prefecture. Naturally, as the key nurturing target of the Divine King Palace, Zhao Yu would definitely participate in such a grand occasion. Since Yi Fei was unable to meet Zhao Yu in the Divine King Palace, then would he still have the chance to meet Zhao Yu in the Earth Carnage role organized by the Crimson Moon God Dynasty? It was also because of this reason that when Yi Fei heard that Rod Demon requested Mad Dog to participate in the Earth Carnage role and obtain the Mad Demon battle technique, he immediately did not stop and returned to the mountain peak where the slovenly Taoist was with Mad Dog and Bai Yinran. They focused on comprehending the mystery of the Mad Demon battle technique. At the same time, the news of Yi Fei defeating Xue Qinxiu was like a hurricane that shocked the entire Inner and Outer Sword Palace. Lord God Niu Hao of the Inner Sword Palace was naturally overjoyed. After all, he was the one who had recommended Yi Fei, and there was a high possibility that he would be able to rope him into the Inner Sword Palace. The Outer Sword Palace, led by God Maybe, was filled with great enmity towards Yi Fei. Not to mention that Yi Fei had consecutively defeated Jin, Sansheng, and Xue Qinxiu, causing the Outer Sword Palace to lose face. Just based on Yi Fei's status as a commoner, the Outer Sword Palace would definitely not allow Yi Fei to stay in the Sword Palace with peace of mind. Therefore, not long after Maybe was chased away by the slovenly Taoist, Renzu of the Outer Sword Palace personally sent a message to the slovenly Taoist to chase Yi Fei out of the Sword Palace. Of course, this request was mercilessly rejected by the slovenly Taoist. However, the slovenly Taoist was no longer the Renzu of the past. Faced with the pressure of the Outer Sword Palace Renzu, the slovenly Taoist had no choice but to once again seek out Yi Fei, who was cultivating the demonic battle technique. Little Yi, you're in big trouble this time. The talent you've displayed is too strong, to the point that the Outer Sword Palace can no longer tolerate it. This old man can only protect you for 10 days at most. In these 10 days, try your best to walk around the mountain gates and learn more about the Sword Palace's Sword Dao techniques. After 10 days, I will personally escort you out of the Sword Palace. When the old Taoist finished speaking, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Yi Fei also stopped cultivating, his expression extremely solemn. He had long known that the Sword Palace was deeply divided, and he had offended the Outer Sword Palace too much. It was only a matter of time before trouble came, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. It seems that the Outer Sword Palace really can't wait and wants to kill me. They won't kill you. After all, Renzu, the Sword Guardian of the Inner Sword Palace, is indebted to you. If the Outer Sword Palace really wants to kill you, the Inner Sword Palace won't just stand by and do nothing, Mad Dog analyzed with a solemn face. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.